All right, we are here. We're starting. Today is a not normal schedule stream. Hopefully, the chat starts working on the overlay. Oh, there we go. What's up, Van VTuber? What's up, Mugiwara or Major? Mugiwara Major. Thomas said it better in last night's comment. Basically asked if would Vegapunk really remove a devil fruit from the lineage factor, because if you eat a devil fruit, it changes your linear factor, so by logic if you clone something you can add to it. It'll be interesting to see what we get with lineage factors from Vegapunk. Changed the hoodie from last night, bro. Yo, I changed and then I went to sleep and then I just put it back on. All right, fine. We got requested for a drip change. We got requested a drip change. You know I can't deny a drip change. If that's what the people want, that's what the people get. I know it was just one person, but I can't be drip checked on my own stream. It's a good thing that I had the future sight of having the other outfit prepared. Let me just pop that, then do some of this. I was saving this. I'll wear this for the next Gear 5 moment. Let's see. Let me just check to make sure the drip is drippy. Alright. The site comes in pieces. No. See, I wanted to wear that thing because I'm still reeling from Wakanda Forever, but here we are. Let me see. You know what? Let's button that one too. W hoodie, yeah. I like that hoodie. We got the Gear 5 coming in. I wonder how far off we from Blackbeard's Devil Fruit explanation. Oh yeah, we're not that far off, I don't think. Let's talk about One Piece. Oh yeah, we're talking about One Piece. Yo, we got a lot of straw hats in here. We got Mugiwara Boshi. We got Mugiwara Major. What's up? What's up, Kev Dog? Are you wearing pants though? Are you, man? Get pants checked like that? Hold on, the button, bro. This is brand new. I was either gonna wear what I wore yesterday to Wakanda Forever or this, but I ended up with the other one. Give me 1 second. These buttons, bro. God damn. Also, I gotta ask you guys. I've been starting to leave my streams on my main channel. I think it's fine, right? Like it's not now that they have the separate tab and everything, it's not like you guys hate it, right? It's not the worst thing. Ban pants. Plot twist, he has no legs. Stop playing. I have pants. It's just this button right here. You know, like when you get a new shirt, the buttons are always like they gotta be what's it called? Oh yeah, look at the devil fruit swirls. You like that, right? You like that. Your boy's a devil fruit. Let's fucking go. Why the heck does this button? You always gotta break in the buttons, bro. I might have to call in my Mrs. Vision. Why the heck is this button so hard? I'm like 90% through. W wife. W's in the chat for my wife. Thank you for breaking the fourth wall, coming through. All right, we back. All right. This cool shirt. You want a close up? Yeah. This is the sleeves. And then this is the center part. I got it for Gear 5. If we get a Gear 5 moment, I'm jumping into this. Let's see. Fix the camera real quick. Yo, what's up, Ked Knight? You would tune. Thank you. Yeah, this was a business expense, guys, being written off as a business. Why is the camera like... Ah, there we go. That's fine. And then, what is the shadow? Oh, the shadow's my face. There we go. Yo, Dan Demand, thank you for the super chat. Hey, Par, looking kind of empty on that back counter. Let's talk about putting something back there. Yo, we'll talk, Dan. We'll talk. I definitely looking to spice up the back. Yeah, I'll DM you. Or DM me, whichever one. And then Dibs, thank you for the sub, bro. 8 months. Jesus. Yo, I appreciate that so much. That's crazy. 8 months. Wow. I haven't even been alive for 8 months. I'm joking. Yo, what's up, Dax? You tuned in at a good time. We're about to start. Well, not about to. Still gotta do some intro stuff, but definitely looking to spice up the back. Wait, why was that in quotes, Vipov? Spice up the... Yo, hold on, guys. Hello? Can we... This is a PG stream, guys. This is a family-friendly stream. Hello? Noor with the... So I wanted to ask Sai this. I'm pretty sure they recently changed this. Like, Oda and the editors and the translators said... So Noor said, Par, longtime supporter here and love your content, bro, but I cringe every time you pronounce Alabasta as Arabasta and claimed that to be the correct way. TCB said they're officially calling it Arabasta now. Yeah, so that's what I think Road to Laugh-Tale, they said that the translators are all saying that it's Arabasta to make the Arab connection to Arabasta, and that was supposed to be the intention the entire time. But for translational purposes, we never got that because R's and L's in Japanese are essentially like interchangeable, and you need the context. But I mean, it's the same thing with like a few other things too, right? Start a couple minutes early. I have to finish this Formula One season. Yo, oh man, I forgot the names. Lewis Hamilton, right? He's the Mercedes guy, right? This channel has never had a PG stream. What are you talking about? What are we saying? Hello? This is... Guys. I have sponsors watching. Hello? Yeah, he's the famous one. Yeah, he's the one who... I've seen him a lot recently. Sounds stupid. Alabasta sounds better. Yeah, I thought the US made it Alab on purpose to avoid the Arab connection because it was early 2000s. That's something I heard at least. Yeah, it's something about that, right? Arab, yeehaw. Come on, I'm catering to the audience here. Hello? I say Arabasta. At least I'm not saying like Arab money, right? Why are you laughing? Brains have swirls and folds. They grow from what looks like a tree? A brain stem? So you're saying double fruits are just brains? He has feet pics every chance he gets. Wait, what's not PG about feet? Hello? I literally procure those photos from Oda. Oda tells me ahead of time. He's like, hey, here's a great botany panel. Your viewership will go up. And... so Arabasta, but Zolo, yeah, we don't talk about Zoro. In that case, we definitely are family friendly. Honestly, even Roger would be stunned how family friendly we are. See, That's what I'm talking about. Pull out them Bonnie feets. You know, like Bonnie doesn't have too many feet, but she got 2 feet that we love to highlight. Devil fruits are just second brains. They are. Get part of the RLD sponsorship. Wait, what's RLD is a great company. Not me like acting like I know what RLD is. Like I should know what that is. We making up words here, Vibhab. Yeah, not sure. Looks like you giving them. Whoa, me? The chat is the one giving them the looks. Hello? I'm unfazed. Is the 1066 VOD uploaded? I can't see it. I don't know if it's just me. So that's something that I was asking the chat a little bit was I have been uploading my stream. I just been leaving the streams on my main channel ever since YouTube has the live tab thing. And like I talked to a few people and they're like, you know what, you could probably start leaving it on your thing. And I'm like, all right, why not? Let's see what happens. It might be hurting analytics, but who knows? Are we gonna keep talking about feet? Nah. We're gonna hop into the crux of it. So this is a random stream. I don't usually stream on Fridays like this. Usually it's on Twitch. Usually you do like a watch party or a Gardic phone or something if it's a Friday. But today, my schedule this week was so crazy that I didn't have a Wednesday stream. And did I cancel? I canceled my Voice of All Things on last Sunday. And the reason why was because I was getting out these videos. So Dak Sake helped me edit the Pluton video that came out earlier this week. And then yesterday I posted the Void Sentry video, which is an hour long. And apparently a lot of people like it. You know, I say apparently, which, you know, like sounds like I'm surprised, but I think when it comes to like a long video, especially, I always get like, not anxiety, that's not like the right word, but like I get like stage fright almost. I'm like, oh no, I just spent so much time talking about this thing and people are gonna hate it or whatever. And there's always like negative comments, but yeah, I mean, there's a lot of comments in the chat that made me want to make a second part just on the comments alone, just like talking about some of the ideas, because the things I talked about in this video, it's not like this is exactly what happened and this is the only way it happened. I was just like, this is what happened and these are like the explanations and how that thing happened. There's a few ways it could go down, but it went down. That's kind of what it went with. Did you see the chapter 442 moon cover story? There seems to be a Vegapunk connection. Yes, I did, Hassan. That is actually a huge. So I think there's like 10 minutes in this recent video where I just break down the Enel cover story because it relates to the Void Sentry. If you haven't watched the Void Sentry video, just Moat 360 just finished the Void Sentry video. It was bloody amazing. So one of the things to if you guys haven't seen it yet is that I think in this video I show the viewers the only time in the entire series where Oda showed us the Void Sentry. So Exposed is not an all-par videos watcher. Who asked that? Vibhop, not everyone's a Giga Chad member, subscriber, always on the videos on drop. Not everyone could be on your level, Vibhop. That's why you had a whole private chat where, I mean, it was technically wasn't private, just no one connected their Discord. But I sent in Discord about the acronym. Where'd you send it, Patek? I just opened up my Discord and I see some DMs. I'm like, ooh, fancy. If you, I think you should have, yeah, Patek, if you have access to the stream alerts on Discord, definitely send it there. That's where I'll be able to check it. When you make a theory, you feel amazing, and then you start second guessing yourself when it's time to post it. It's not even like second guessing. It's kind of like, it's kind of like, oh, like I should have done this, I should have done that. And this video in particular is one of those videos because there's actually 3 endings and I chose one of them. And so the other 2 endings are other videos. Oh, red light district, I got you. I got you. Vipop was a big G on the One Punch Man Reddit. Whoa, really? I gotta get into One Punch Man. Like, I gotta start reading the things. You start realizing you missed out on things you wish you could add. Exactly, Kev Dog. And this video was one of those ones, like, to clarify to you guys, I had this written for months and I just didn't have time to make an hour video. And not that I didn't have time to make an hour video, I made hour videos. It's just that, like, when the chapters come out and then, like, there's a current theory or something excites you, you just, like, you laser on that. And not that this one didn't excite me, it's just, again, it was an hour video that wasn't, like, something that was on the it was prioritized, but there was always something above it, you know. Stronger as a rocks is a horse is definitely one of them. Yeah, Eric, it does kick you out. It does kick you out because it's linked to the Discord. So Discord moderates that. But no, bro, you're one of the few that I would watch for more than an hour because it makes sense. Yo, alumni army, bro. I appreciate that. Let's see. You think you're playing it off and anyone doing the Moe face is something. Yeah. Oh. You enjoy the savage. Okay. All right. Well, clearly my laptop wants me to start the videos. So the play today is we're going to watch Dak Sake. So Dak Sake, who is about to crack 10K, one of the fastest 10K sprinters all goddamn time. Dak Sake started like 3 months ago and he's already at 10K, and he's going to have a 10K celebration later this, I believe on Monday, and I'll be showing up on the stream Monday night around like 10 p.m. The schedule might shift here and there, but so Dax has been streaming weekly. He's been doing reactions. He's been doing Monday streams, all that stuff. Park, can you wait 10 minutes so I can finish watching F1? Well, we're going to be watching the video. So it's like, you know, I'm sure. So this is another thing. So here's my Void Sentry video. Measly 14K video, 14K views, right? Then we got Dak Sake with his Void Sentry video. And he has 116K views, bro. Didn't he start his channel like a month ago? It was like 3 months ago. 4 months ago, technically. But I consider the Pluton, this is like the birth. Like, this is like the incubation. You know what I mean? Oh, wait, no, it's not. He got a 51K view. Oh, my God. Never mind. You know what? Dax is just cracked. That should be his tagline. Dax is cracked. June 28th was my first video. And thanks for all the love. Yo, Dax, you know it. Definitely one of the legends here. 10 p.m. on his stream, on Dak Sake's stream. So if you guys aren't subbed yet, help him get to 10K. The Monday stream is a 10K thing, 10K celebration. So we're gonna watch Dak Sake's 30-minute video on the Void Sentry. Then we're gonna talk a little bit about it. I'm gonna pause here and there to insert things, react, whatever. Then after that, we are going to watch Hidden Islands Void Sentry video. I think the tagline for it is the green line. He told me about most of it, but there was some secret sauce, some special sauce that I've been waiting to see that he was gonna put in this video. It's a 53-minute video. We're gonna watch that. Then afterwards, we're going to contextualize it with my own video that just got posted yesterday. So what this allows us to do, if you've already seen Dak's video, which makes sense because 116,000 views, I mean, most of my viewers probably should be amongst the 116,000 there. So if you guys have already seen it, take that time to watch my video if you haven't seen my video, because we're going to talk about all 3 videos at the very end. And the same thing with Hidden Islands. If you've already watched it, because you should be among the 40,000 who's already watched it, Wow, I just realized how great of an analytic thing that is. Like 40K in 4 days. That's pretty solid. Damn. Trying to be like you. My G. But yeah, so we're gonna watch that. We're gonna watch, and then we're gonna talk about it. And then to give you full scope of today, I missed my Wednesday watch party where we watched Bleach, Chainsaw Man, and Mob Psycho. So at nighttime, like 9 p.m. or 10 p.m., probably 9 p.m., I'll turn the stream back on Twitch, and I might do it on my second channel too. And we're gonna watch Bleach, Chainsaw Man, Mob Psycho tonight. So without further ado, though, let's get crack-a-lackin' on the theories. So let me mute the music. Mute the music. I feel like, yeah, we're here, we're chilling. Yep, Dax is putting it. Crack sake. Yo, that sounds great. But yeah, on Monday night, once you get the link up, make sure to share it my way, because I'll post it up everywhere. But yeah, so let's get started. Oh my god. Oh, and if you guys didn't know, extra sauce, extra shout out. Dax is really great at editing. Like he has like the editing of like a whole team behind him. And Dax was kind enough to edit this video for me, my Pluton video. So if you guys are like, damn, ParVision's quality is through the roof right now. What happened? Did he turn Super Saiyan 3? It's because Dak Sake. And so now we're going to go to this. Wow, when I posted this video, like like a few days ago, you were at 8K and now you're at 9K. That's crazy. And you didn't even post a video in between. Wow. All right. And we're going to see Dax's editing in full flesh here. Wait, why am I 6 minutes in? That's crazy. All right. Let me make sure you guys can see it. Yep, you guys can. And all right, let's do this.
What caused 100 years of...
Let me know if it's too loud, by the way. Should be good. It should be good, but let me know.
history to seemingly vanish without a trace? And why are the poneglyphs the only source of information that we have for this so-called void century? And what did the Gorosei really mean by having another great cleansing? Well, today I'm going to explain exactly what happened over 800 years ago, and even how Emu's powers let them get away with it scot-free. But please make sure to drop a like, because it really does make a difference in that all-important algorithm. Anyway, on to the mega theory.
Yeah.
Let's start by talking about what we already know about this seemingly empty 100-year span in One Piece history, like how it has also been called the 100-year void, or even the blank century. Because
Han, is this like, I'm sorry, did you edit this? Like, how did...
already know about this seemingly empty 100-year span in One Piece history, like how it has also been called the 100-year void, or even the blank century.
Did they actually have that? I feel like in the anime they just kind of like put the picture there and there was no zooming. I guess you added that made it so much more epic. Dak should direct, like, has such a great mind. All right, sorry for pausing. I was just like, wait, I don't remember the Reverie being that epic. I remember it's epic, but like that was just an extra scene. Probably tone it down a little bit. All right, let me pull it down just a little bit and we good. My ear help. All right, let's see.
100-year span in One Piece history, like how it has also been called the 100-year void, or even the blank century, because there is almost no history written on it anywhere. And the great cleansing that we've already heard of may very well have something to do with it. But we also know that the void century occurred between 800 and 900 years before our current storyline, and very little is known about it other than what is written on the poneglyphs. So there is essentially a gap in historical record where nothing was written down, as if everyone disappeared for some amount of time. I mean, Robin has read about it before on a poneglyph, but I think some of our best information on it is actually from Goncho of the Tontada tribe. In chapter 726, we learn that the Tontadas had very specific information about their history up until 900 years ago. Then there is just a blank 100-year slate where the history then picks back up with King Riku's family taking it over 800 years ago. This implies that there truly is just a void century. It's not that everyone was wiped out in a massive genocide, or or that civilizations were entirely destroyed since Dressrosa was still standing when King Riku's family took over, so it almost just seems as if everything skipped forward 100 years in time. I mean, how else could history pick back up right away without any mention of mass genocide? And how did the history from before 900 years ago stay intact? It seems as if everything just stopped for 100 years and then picked back up right where it left off. But it's weird since the poneglyphs prove that not everyone experienced the Void Century the same way. And that's because the true history of this 100-year gap can be determined by reading 9 specific poneglyphs that comprise the Rio poneglyph, which means the true text of history. And so far, the poneglyphs seem to be the only recorded history of that 100-year gap, indicating that they were written during the Void Century, which is backed up by Clover. Plus, we already know that the
I just want to pause there. If you guys seen my Void Century video when Dax is like, it seems like things had to stop. And I know where Dax is going with it. I just want to point out that my idea also works for the stopping thing, but we're going here.
Glyphs were made in Wano. And then after the Void Century ended 800 years ago, the stones were left to be guarded by descendants of ancient civilizations, like Shandora, Alabasta, and otherwise. And it appears that you also get the true history by making it to Laugh Tale as well. But even then, that requires reading the 4 load poneglyphs first. So no matter what, to get the true history, you have to read the poneglyphs. That seems to be the only way. So that means that we have the Tontatas, which are missing 100 years of their history books, and then the people of Wano, who wrote history from that 100-year period on the poneglyphs. So why is there this discrepancy? And how is Wano the only place that seemed to be able to write things down during this gap in time? Well, I think that all ties back to the idea of a cleansing, and the fact that Wano is surrounded by a very tall border that was meant to keep things out. I mean, while its main job has been to keep out the Big Mom pirates, it's tall enough to keep out other unwanted enemies, and even potential rising tides as well. We also have Marijwa, which is high up on top of the red line. So isn't it a little weird that both locations have a type of border that at least requires climbing something high up to get there? I mean, Zunisha is the same way. So what is up with all these important places being so high up? Well, when you hear the idea of a cleansing, you probably think of washing something, maybe like using water somewhere in the process. And if the world government truly wanted to wipe out certain people from history, a flood would be a great way to do that. And I know that a flood isn't a brand new idea, but trust me, there's going to be a lot of new information here too. And one of the best pieces of evidence for this flood is that Marijwa is the only place allowed to be way up on top of the red line, where it probably could avoid any type of flood. And a global flood shouldn't sound that crazy given that we've already seen the Noah, which ties to the story of Noah's Ark and the Great Flood. And the Noah is in Fishman Island, which is directly beneath the red line in Marijwa. Plus, One Piece is a story that's all about pirates and sailing adventures, so a flood just ties in perfectly. And think about how big the red line is, and the fact it stretches to the bottom of the sea almost everywhere except where Fishman Island is. That displaces a lot of water. And since we have reason to believe that the red line isn't exactly natural because of the whales, that raises some suspicions about the water level right off the bat. And I want to give a big shout out to my boy Den Den Cushy, who had a very different flood video, but still gave me a lot of ideas for this one. But something that some of you may already be wondering is how the Tontatas just pick back up on their history after the 800-year mark if they were wiped out by a flood. Because there shouldn't even be any history left from before the 900-year mark if they were wiped out, let alone history from exactly after the 800-year mark. I mean, shouldn't they all just be dead from old age at the very least? And if they didn't reproduce, how is there still history in a Tontata civilization at all? And why is the gap exactly 100 years anyhow? Surely they'd remember losing loved ones or having their town flooded during that time. Well, I think part of it is because the flood and the exact 100-year gap are somewhat separate events, but were both caused by the same thing that I'll cover in just a few minutes. But the way that the Tontatas may have avoided the flood was because that they lived in a kingdom ruled by the Don Quixote family, who is actually the only royal family that we know the name of who decided to move to Marijwa after the Void Century. The Nefertari family famously decided to not move there, and we don't know the names of any of the other 18 kingdoms that were affiliated with the world government and moved 800 years ago. So that's why I think this bit of history is extremely important, because it's really the only family that we know of who was in charge of their kingdom 900 years ago and then moved to Marijwa. Even before the Void Century happened, the Don Quixote family enslaved the Tontata, and all the humans that lived there were wealthy because of it. The Tontatas agreed to provide labor for food and shelter, but as we've seen plenty of times in our world even, that basically just amounts to slavery. And ironically enough, once the Don Quixote family came back in the form of Doflamingo, they were once again forced to work on the farms. But this time, it was to help with the smile fruits. So this makes me wonder if the Don Quixotes of the past and the Tontatas actually had something to do with the original devil fruits, since they were working on the farm right before the Void Century and all. And we know that Oda loves his parallels. But after the 900-year mark, there's this 100-year gap where the Riku family then suddenly appears as the new leaders, and the Don Quixote family is in Marijwa. So is it possible that the Don Quixotes just bought their way into the new world government and in Marijwa with the money that they raised up using the Tontatas as slaves? And then they were also able to have their kingdom be spared from the Great Cleansing, probably. I mean, it would make sense that the kingdoms belonging to those who became celestial dragons wouldn't be destroyed, right? And as for how they avoided the flood, I'm honestly not so sure, but I think there's a lot of ways that you could explain it. Maybe it's just another layer to Emu's power, or maybe it's some other devil fruit or technology altogether. But I think a flood could also explain why Wano had their extremely tall borders. While the inside of Wano is currently flooded out with rainwater, we know that that wasn't always the case, and that's because Sukiyaki showed us that Wano was once empty and then slowly filled up over time. So maybe at first, the borders were actually meant to keep water out, and then in ironic Oda fashion, their kingdom got flooded anyway, but by rainwater, while trying to avoid flooding from seawater. I mean, this would explain why they were still able to record the history during this time on the poneglyphs without being affiliated with the world government or anything. This creates an interesting dilemma for Momo as well, where destroying the borders lets Pluton out and opens their country to global flooding risk. Although their main settlement is way above sea level now, so the latter shouldn't be as much of an issue. But if you think about it, Robin did mention that the reason that Old Wano was preserved so well was because of the rainwater. So if it gets covered with seawater, I think that this line might imply that it would then deteriorate over time, potentially like a lot of other kingdoms around the world, and that's why we don't see them or know about their history. This makes Wano, Zou, Sky Islands, the moon, or other planets technically, and the red line.
Wait, we use the same picture for the Luffy Sky Island from the game
on the world, and that's why we don't see them or know about their history. This makes Wano, Zou, Sky Islands, the moon, or other planets technically, and the red line as some of the only places that could survive a giant flood. And almost
because like you said a question and said like there's a lot of ways to explain it. The flood being like how do these places survive the flood? And we just got the example of Wano, where if it were flooded, it wouldn't have been preserved that way. So it kind of makes it feel like there's a flood and something else on top of that to make it preserve. And I'm sure there's going to be more discussion on that. I'm just pointing out that part because like when it comes to the flood thing, there's like a few like confusing points. Not with this theory, just in general of the preservation that we're talking about, right? Can't Water 7 survive a flood now? We don't know, like right now it can't, but Iceberg is preparing it. It really should be snowing on top of the red line. Yeah, it should be, honestly. I think some places it does. Like I think the red line is a continent that has all the seasons on it. It has every single season, which makes it weirder. But yeah, like I think when it comes to the flooding part, there is that element of like, where did the water come from? Where did it go? And how does the world end up looking the way it did if it's just flooded? But then on the other end, if it was flooded, like to the red line, which, you know, I talk about in my Void Century video and I've talked about in the past as well, the Sea Kings being so prominent, and like that would be terrifying. Imagine just like living in a place like what if okay, hold on. I did have another Pluton video, and this isn't spoilery for that one because it's just like an idea that I wanted to include. Remember how I said my Void Century video had like 3 different endings? One of them was including bubbles. I think bubbles, like, it sounds weird, but like real quick, bubbles to me are like super important because Fisherman Island was preserved in it, and then Sabaody has like the bubble stuff with the Kuma stuff. But more importantly than that, chapter 904, I believe it is 904. No, 90. Let's see. Wait, are they already on top? No, they're not on top. Right here. Like, so it's like, Father, it's the sun, Shirahoshi, and everyone's going up to the Holy Land, and like the place is being carried by a bubble, and then there's like a bubble, like all these bubbles. And I'm like, where are these bubbles even coming from? I feel like bubbles, as dumb as it sounds, like I feel like bubbles are low-key important. Which is interesting because that would be a way to preserve like some of these places if you had coding. Maybe that's why coding existed. Huh. Like maybe it was developed because the whole world is flooded. Coding like an island. Interesting. Brooke Peters, the red line is a lot of climates, so it does kind of whatever it wants. I don't remember though. Are there any people on the red line other than? I don't think there is. From what we know so far, we don't know of anyone else living on top of this. Did you watch Hidden Islands video yet? No, I haven't. That's next on the docket. Clues like the void are not explained by only a flood. Yeah. There has to be some extra sauce, which I'm sure Dax is going there. Close to Mary Draw, so maybe that bubbles from there. Yeah. Celestial dragons are always in bubble helmets to breathe in case of a flood. Yes, that is also important and goes to the whole celestial dragons, celestial fish, question mark. Yo, thank you for joining the Discord, alumni. Hopefully we connect on there. I like talking to a lot of people. But let's get back to the video. Maybe the secret void of... Come on. I was reading that like with the like, oh man, this comment's crazy. Let me see it. And then it ends with Bonnie's grippers. I think the red line was a collection of islands orbiting the planet and then dropped on the planet to see the stones orbiting Egghead. I like that. I hope like when Vegapunk drops like, oh, by the way, Egghead is just a real a microcosm version of the planet. That'd be so cool. But yeah, let's continue on.
All of these places have insanely important history behind them. We were even told that the Red Line was God's land, or the Kingdom of the Gods, well before Marijua was up there, thanks to Marco when he was reminiscing about his time with Whitebeard. And the Lunarians supposedly lived up there before they were wiped out. Maybe that was all because the eventual Celestial Dragons wanted to seize that territory as their own to survive a giant flood that they had planned, and to usurp power from the current gods of the world, which were the Lunarians with their ability to live in harsh environments, fly, and even utilize fire. Basically like dragons. I mean, they're still offering the big bucks for information on currently living Lunarians. And I think the Seraphims are now another example of the power that Lunarians possess, as well as the world government's respect for their strength. And the existence of the Red Line well before Marijua and the world government tells me that it wasn't originally created for the express purpose of a flood. But the fact that Laboon and the other island whales bang their head on it tells me that it has to be unnatural. So how can both of those things be true? Well, the biggest clue to that is this line from Nami about the Red Line being a chain of connected islands, all with different climates, as opposed to just one continuous unit. Yep. So it's kind of like Wano, but all made of stone and in a straight line. This immediately makes me think of Oars being called the continent puller. And while people have theorized that he put Wano together, maybe he also has a tie to the Red Line. Maybe the Lunarians and Oars, who could have just been Joy Boy, wanted to create a certain part of the Red Line for a good purpose, but the world government took it from them and even decided to block off all of the seas, which is why the whales now bang their head on it and why we have the four blues, the calm belts, the reverse mountain, etc. And ironically, if the Red Line were to be destroyed or removed at any point, then the sea level would drop dramatically, which also adds to the idea that it's...
Dax. Wait a second. Hold on. Wait. I don't think you mentioned this in this video, but Hidden Island mentions it, but I don't think you guys mentioned the connection point of what was just said and what Hidden Island said, which is hilarious. If I'm going to keep playing, I don't think either of you guys mentioned this. Just say yay or nay. Chapter 616. Did you include anything from there? Because I'm curious to know if Hidden included it, because that connects both of your theories. Chapter 616, actually. Ooh, wait a moment. Okay. All right. Yeah, I mean, Oars Continent Puller, that was explained on my channel. Interesting. I'll explain the Chapter 616 after we get through Dak's video. Because it more ties to what Hidden Islands video I think is about, but I don't think Hidden focused on it because he had a whole different focus when it comes to that. What happens if the sea levels drop? Like even more than now? I don't know. I don't know if like anything crazy would happen. I mean, people would probably just starve, right? Like they would just have no food or like water. But it would help places like Arabasta. Arabasta is currently suffering. So they told us in 162. Let's see. In 162. Let's see. Was it 162? I feel like it was 162. I might be misremembering. I mean, I could find it really quickly, but I'm also kind of like lazy right now. Oh, there we go. It's probably this one. When does she show us? Yeah, so right here. Wow, I was pretty damn close. Right here. Long ago, the Sandora River nourished this land, but in recent years, it's lost much of its force. It's being overcome by the sea. So the seawater is taking over the fresh water, and because of the seawater, they can't like grow crops. Apparently, that's like, you know, TLDR of what she's saying here. Seawater, you can't drink it or water crops with it. So if you lower the sea level even more, maybe it would help places like Arabasta, or Alabasta, whichever one. But you know, I'm not too picky on the thing. It's just that's what I heard recently, so we go with it. Wouldn't it unveil more land masses? I mean, yeah, it would. It would. Think of Long Ring, Long Land, like a miniature version of the world. When the water drops, you'll see more land. The ancient kingdom would be interesting. Would they be more screwed over Vibhav, or would they be better off? Just listen to your theory, including Dak Sake, and it blew my mind. Yup, Caleb, that's exactly why we're doing this, because somehow the mind rope worked where all three, me, Dax, and Hidden, all put out Void Century videos within the same week, and they're all complementary to a certain extent, right? There's certain aspects that might contradict each other, but I think majority there's like a Venn diagram, and it meshes more so than not. But yeah, let's continue on into the video.
It's artificial, and that would also reduce the risk of global flooding and potentially even reveal a lot more land than we've seen thus far, meaning that removing the red line could show us a world with lower sea levels where every single island is connected, like a much bigger version of Long Ring Long Land, which might even have Laugh Tale under it, just like I said in my Laugh Tale video, like a version of the Pangea that existed on our Earth a long time ago, which is double weird given that Marijois' main castle name is Pangea Castle, and we even saw ruins at the bottom of the sea during Jinbei's cover story, which adds even more fuel to the fire that the water level is kind of artificially increased thanks to the unnatural red line. And Emu is currently the king of the world, you could say, much like the goals of Rox and Blackbeard, which makes me think that there could be some strong parallels here. Like, what if Emu assembled the strongest team that he could, like Rox definitely did and Blackbeard also did in level 6 of Impel Down, and also used some underhanded tactics like Blackbeard always does to take over the red line at the last second to use for his own advantage and take over the world. This could even tie into the first Davy backfight, which connects directly to acquiring strong crews and using underhanded tactics just like Foxy did. And the first one coincidentally occurred on Hachi Nosu Island, which ties to Rox and Blackbeard directly. But generally speaking, I feel pretty confident that Emu and Joyboy just had different agendas with the red line, and somehow a Davy backfight was used to stop Joyboy from achieving his goal, because Joyboy definitely wanted to keep the seas free and clear, while Emu likely wanted to use the red line to constrict the world, to aid him in his eventual goal of a great cleansing. But how would Emu have even caused this great flood in the first place, as well as this blank 100-year gap in history? Well, I think that ties back into one of the most consistent themes in the One Piece story. Swirls. Yes, swirls. Like Sanji's eyebrows, the devil fruits, and even a million other places throughout the One Piece story. But most notably, we can see swirls even in the planet itself. Yes, I mean the entire planet Earth, and all of the planets in fact. Oda even mentioned in an SBS that swirls are so important because if the planets all stopped spinning, the world would be covered in tidal waves. It would be terrible, and Sanji's eyebrows channel that very same circular energy. This highlights that the planet swirling is extremely important, almost as important as making the world one piece again by removing the red line and freeing up the oceans. It's almost like the world has...
I'm going to rewind it just a little bit, but I just want to point out how I use this exact SBS for my Sanji video for a completely different reason, and he's using it for this reason. And it's so crazy how a singular SBS can be so impactful to like thinking about the story. Like the answer is the question is, why does Sanji's eyebrow curl up at the end? Is it for fashion? Make it clear. You know, like you ask a question, right? And then Oda goes, "Hey, you there, sit down. Now listen, everyone lives in." Can we just sit there and just think about that real quick? The man just said Sanji's eyebrows curl up at the end. Is it for fashion? And he goes, "Hey, dumbass, sit your ass down real quick. Everyone lives in circles. The sun, the moon, the earth. You know what this is like? This is like, you know, like not a lot of you guys get the New York experience, but this is a saying, and I just want to say the story real quick. Like you go down and you see like a homeless dude or like, you know, a crazy person, and they're just shouting. No one pays attention, right? And the reason why no one pays attention is the circumstances, because Elon Musk could be saying, or like one of these billionaires could be saying the exact same things, and you just pay attention. And it's like the difference between genius and craziness is money sometimes. And like Oda, like someone just asked what's up with the eyebrows, and he goes, the Earth all spins in circles. If the Earth suddenly stopped spinning, the planet would be covered in tidal waves. It would be terrible. And now remember that Sanji's eyebrows channel that same powerful circular energy. That's the funniest answer ever. It's so crazy. Effect upon this, you may go. Yeah, Oda just used questions as an excuse to lore dump all this info. Yeah, it's listen. The world dies without swirls. That's why Sanji has these eyebrows. It's so funny. Same answer for different questions. Yeah, it's so cool. So I just wanted to this is SBS. There's so many I forget which one it was, but like there was an SBS where Oda like actually just got angry at the question. Like the person's like, "Hey, I'm human. I make mistakes. You guys didn't see this mistake and that mistake, and this mistake." And I was just like, "Damn, Oda's a person. This is crazy." But yeah, let me rewind and then we'll continue.
So important because if the planets all stopped spinning, the world would be covered in tidal waves. It would be terrible, and Sanji's eyebrows channel that very same circular energy. This highlights that the planet swirling is extremely important, almost as important as making the world one piece again by removing the red line and freeing up the oceans. It's almost like the world has two conditions to be right again, or to be in homeostasis, which are be one piece, which is not split up by the red line, and then swirling so there's no flooding or tidal waves. And with Marie-Joie on top of the red line, we can see Imu and the world government are already involved in making the world not one piece, so I think the cleansing could be tied to the other important factor, the swirling of the planet. If they stop the planet from spinning, massive waves would just crash into the red line from both sides, but also flood out most other kingdoms that are at sea level, thus truly providing the world government with a great cleansing. Only places like Skypiea, maybe Zou, and maybe Wano would have a chance to survive by being so high up, and coincidentally, all those places are just packed with history. This also puts Joy Boy's apology to Poseidon into a different perspective, because Fishman Island is directly underneath the red line, which would have needed to be destroyed in order to stop Imu's plot to stop the world and cause a flood. It also reminds me of Madame Shiarly's prophecy for Luffy in the future. That prophecy is probably what Joy Boy had to do as well, but failed to. In the process of destroying at least the ocean-covering parts of the red line to free up the world, those that are in Fishman Island would have needed to load onto the Noah and leave the island to go to the surface just out of necessity because of the falling debris. And since the celestial dragons would likely be taken out in this instance since they live on the red line, the fishmen would also have a better chance to live on the surface in peace since there's no longer celestial dragons to control the world. But the ultimate question is, how in the hell could Imu manage to stop the planet from spinning? And even if there were floods, what the hell is up with the exact 100-year gap in history that the Tontatta seem to have faced? Well, Imu could have slowed the planet down the same way that anyone would slow anything down in One Piece, like with a slow particle. The same undiscovered light particle that Foxy's fruit utilizes to freeze things in place for exactly 30 seconds. I know he's Foxy, but in my other videos I've already highlighted how important this man can be, but most notably the fact that he and Imu both likely have light powers. Imu launched an attack on Leloucia which looked like 16 rays of light specifically, and if you haven't heard that before, then I did a whole video on that called Sun God Imu that might fill in a lot of blanks here. And while I don't want to recap that entire thing, I do think it's important to at least repeat a few things, like the fact that Kizaru's beams are drawn in a very similar way to Imu's beams in that panel, and we haven't even seen a superior or inferior version of Kizaru's fruit yet. Aokiji and Akainu were shown by Oda to have superior versions of different fruits, but we got nothing about Kizaru. And Kizaru is still in his original admiral position, while the other two went on to pursue what are likely bigger goals. Perhaps that is all because Kizaru has an inferior version of another fruit, like Imu's potential light fruit, that would let him manipulate all kinds of light and not just the one type that Kizaru uses. Or maybe he comes from some type of race that can manipulate all types of light naturally, kind of like how fishmen can manipulate water. So I really wouldn't rule out this possibility either. This would include sunlight that I talked all about in my Imu video, which would give him sun god-like powers, which we know sun gods are very important in the world of One Piece, but it can also include unknown types of light to the current civilization, like the slow particle. Foxy specifically told us that his fruit lets him use a currently undiscovered light particle, which slows things down for exactly 30 seconds. If Emu can use this type of light, what if he can cast it over the entire planet, leaving only the water unaffected, either by choice or simply because the fruit's power just doesn't work on water? This would cause massive tidal waves and flooding that I've talked about earlier in the video, and likely wipe out a lot of people, except those who were high up to avoid them. But the people on the planet would probably just be frozen in time as well, at least those without devil fruits, hockey, or mirrors or something to avoid it. And instead of 30 seconds like Foxy, Emu would probably be strong enough to freeze them in place for 100 years. And while Foxy just froze people's body in place, I think Emu could freeze everything, including their aging, breathing, and even their mind. It would all just be over in the blink of an eye for everyone on the planet from their perspective, but in reality, 100 years would pass. This would explain how there's exactly a 100-year gap in history all over the world, except for Wano, which not only had borders to avoid the floods, but they were also the only place to make sea stone. So maybe they used that substance, or they just simply went underground where Pluton is conveniently located to avoid getting frozen in time. And this would also allow them to make the poneglyphs, which seem to be made in almost some type of volcano type environment the one time that we saw them. And this all aids the idea of hiding underground even more. And how would the Wano people even safely transport those massive stones after the 800-year mark hit anyways? Every samurai that we've seen sucks at sailing, so I think they probably used some type of underground tunnels instead that were built by Pluton.
I want to clarify. I want to get Dax is here. I just want to clarify. Are you saying that the whole world was slowed down by the Noro beam, right? And certain people were unaffected, or the entire world was slowed? I'm interested in hearing your answer on that one, because when I was thinking about this, there's a question that always gets brought up. What happens if the world would stop? Actually, a channel that I really like, Curse, I don't know how to pronounce them. Some of you guys might know. It's like In a Nutshell or whatever. I think they made a video on this, or it's Veritasium, I don't remember. But essentially, if you stop the world, everyone, or it might be Neil deGrasse Tyson, he might have said this too. Somebody said it. One of those smart people said it. It was if you stop the world, everyone would die instantly, because the planet's moving like 16,000 miles per hour on the surface, or maybe like 8,000 on the surface, something like that. So if the world just stopped, everyone would get flung into a wall at 8,000 miles per hour, and no one would survive. And so, but the slow, I mean, all that like real stuff, like real physics stuff, like we don't have to necessarily apply to One Piece or fiction or whatever. Oda might not use the whole of something, a whole logic of something, but the slow beam does fix that. But I'm curious to know if you're saying that keep listening for a little context involving Tokyo. Okay, the planet minus the water was slowed, as well as the people. However, with mirrors, devil fruit, sea stone, and other means would likely get someone to avoid the beam or getting sent forward in time. Got you. For our show, everyone would get flung forward like 1,000 miles per hour, but it's hard to apply in One Piece. You're saying, yeah, makes sense. But a certain depth, light doesn't travel, so it could just be people on the surface were only affected. Interesting. It might be that, Eric McKenna. It's 1,000. Is it really only 1,000? I feel like it should be faster than that. Is the Earth that slow? It's one of them. Yeah, I mean, I think it was Neil deGrasse Tyson now that I think about it, but yeah, Planet Birthday, hold that thought. I'm mentioning that in a future video. It's fun that he brought this here. Being underwater could help avoid it too. That does work with like the Rayleigh scattering effect. That works with the shadow theory. A lot of this works with the shadow theory too, right? Because Sun God Nika would like, if we're saying, because this particle is a light particle, so anything that can manipulate light, like you're mentioning, would have some kind of advantage here, including a man who can essentially absorb all light, which is, Blackbeard. Interesting. There's a few things that my brain, what's fun about this video is my brain sparked. Like it sparked on, like the thing is, me and Dax talked about some of these things already, but like seeing it in a video, like in a package, like Oh my god, it makes you think about so many things. Okay. And Dax, were you there when I explained my Aokiji thing from chapter 1066? I'm just curious, but we'll continue the video and then I'll read the chat.
You know this channel well, then you know that I think Pluton is definitely a mole. But I'm actually working on a big video that explains this underground railroad type system and even more reasons why Pluton is absolutely positively 100% a mole. So make sure to subscribe so you don't miss when that video drops. But then this all brings me back to Toki, who fits in perfectly with this theory. When I was considering the perfect 100-year gap, her power was one that caught my attention thanks to 3Day on Discord, who said that everyone on Earth may have just been thrown forward in time with Toki's fruit or a similar power, so that's why it's a void or blank century, because literally nobody was there. Yep. I tried finding another way to kind of tie all these pieces together and kind of mimic that effect of there just being nobody on Earth for 100 years, and that's when it all hit me. If there was a flood and a stoppage of time for the people around the world, then Toki was likely sent forward to simply avoid these events. And the only way that she'd have wanted to seek out Wano since she was a little girl was if her parents told her about it, or someone else that she grew up with, which makes a lot of sense since her family name is Amatsuki, which was one of the original daimyo families in Wano. So I bet they told her how great the country was, and maybe even that it's still a safe place relative to the rest of the world that she was born into, and that's why she holds it in such high regard. Toki was supposedly born 830 years ago, which puts her birth at 70 years into the Void Century, and as far as I know, that's the only birth that we know of in that 100-year gap. But how can someone be born if everybody is frozen in time or wiped out from a flood? Well, we have
I mean, not that this changes. I thought Toki was like, she was born at the start of the Void Century and she was 26 into it, like 26 years or however many years. I thought it was that way, not 70 years into it. I'll double check that later on, but I just wanted to ask that because timeline stuff is very important with that. Like, Oda gave us this one character from the Void Century. I feel like the age part is something that should get clear, because I think I mentioned the same thing but a different timeline where I was saying that she was 30 years into the Void Century. Apparently it said she was born 830 years ago. From the current point, the Void Century ended 800 years ago. 800 years ago. Okay, we'll see.
have to keep in mind that somebody had to have her fruit before she was born, so it was probably one of her parents, who were from the Amatsuki clan but apparently made their way out of Wano at some point. So maybe her parents skipped forward just a little bit in time 900 years ago just to avoid the slow beam and the flood, and then they kept trying to make their way back into Wano. This would partially explain why Toki wanted to go there so badly, and they may have even known that it was their one safe haven thanks to the borders that were put up. And this also got me thinking that Toki is essentially a 780-year version of the Scabbards. She was sent forward to avoid a great danger, which in this case might be getting frozen in time and seeing all those great tidal waves, all to get back to Wano and at least partially help bring the dawn in the future. And obviously she gave birth to Momonosuke, who is incredibly important, so her lineage may also be a reason why her parents needed her to go there and be safe. When Toki had the chance to go forward again and save herself, she refused, almost as if her mission was complete in a sense, probably because she did make it to Wano, and she had Momonosuke, who is obviously paramount to whatever Oden talked about in his journal. But as for the 100-year gap, while the rest of the world would be frozen in time, I think the World Government Alliance obviously would have had some way of avoiding it, like using mirrors or even hiding in the actual mirror world. And if you think about it, those who did get hit with the beam probably wouldn't even drown since they aren't really breathing either, which makes me think that the floods and tsunamis were primarily for devil fruit users. This element to the Void Century could be a quick way to collect all the devil fruits and reset or cleanse the world in a number of ways. And the very few powerful stragglers that survive both the tsunami and the slow beam would probably just be easy pickings versus the world government at that point. So the World Government Alliance probably spent some time defeating whatever remaining enemies were still left, and then waiting for the tides to eventually settle so that they could start doing anything that they wanted to all the countries and people that they didn't like. They could commit mass genocide in some places, and then just leave people alone in the countries that allied with them, like the Tentatas in Dressrosa. Since the Don Quixote family joined the world government and even moved to Marijua, everyone in Dressrosa was likely spared due to that association. And that's why there's not even a mention of some people going missing or dying during the 100 years. Maybe the entire cleansing idea was basically that everyone would get wiped out except those from the 20 countries. And the royalty of those 20 could opt to come to Marijua and be in royalty forever. So then the population of almost the entire planet are literally just descendants of those 20 great nations. It almost reminds me of Doflamingo and his birdcage, when he wanted to kill everyone and restart the country so that nobody knew that he was the bad guy. The world government probably froze everyone that they could for 100 years, wiped out the rest, and then only left those who didn't know the truth. I mean, the people in Dressrosa from before the Void Century had a lot of money thanks to the Tintada's slavery, so they were probably not that motivated to become pirates or anything because they liked the world that they had. So if the world government went around killing everyone except them and residents of other allied wealthy nations that had a similar mindset, the world government wouldn't have had that many people looking for vengeance on them, like all of the pirates do today. That's what made Roger starting the Great Pirate Era such a threat to them. So maybe after 800 years of oppression, the general sentiment around the globe starts to change, just as we have seen in the story already, which makes me think that their goal is probably to cleanse the Earth of as many threats as they can every 800 years or so, and then institute a new world that has no idea that they're the enemy. The World Government Alliance probably resulted in a massive army thanks to the fact that they had 20 wealthy nations allied together. So they could have easily gone around during the Void Century just slaughtering or kidnapping as many people as they could, since they were all helpless and frozen in time. This is why all recorded history ends 900 years ago, and then some pick back up at exactly 800 years ago with no recollection of the events. They were either spared so they don't even know what happened, or they were just killed off and there's no history to write. Except in Wano, of course, where they may have avoided the beam due to sea stone or being underground or what have you. The world government could have even taken people back to Marijois to be their slaves once the slow beam effect wore off, or they used their remaining lifespan to boost that of the Gorosei and Emu. This could be a reason why it happens every 800 years. Maybe that's just the right amount of time for the Earth to get populated again, where they then do another great cleansing and re-up on their lifespans, and then let the Earth go on with only people from selected nations remaining and repeat. As for that 800 year factor, I think having the planets line up, be involved in some type of way, could also explain the specificity of the timeline, because I mean, it would make sense since they're celestial dragons and all, but I'm trying to find something different than that for the 800 year factor just because it feels kind of obvious. And I think taking lifespans and kind of resetting the mindset of the populace to be less vengeful makes a lot of sense. I go back and forth on it though, because I also can't rule out that every 800 years, the moon is just in the perfect position to bounce a slow beam off of or something either. Or maybe like Oda said, if the moon and the sun stop spinning, that would also be very bad. So maybe Emu just freezes all of the planets at once they're lined up. Let me know if you have any other ideas for that 800 year time frame down below in the comments. And all of this talk about light is really interesting given what Vegapunk has been doing on Egghead in the recent chapters. We have seen light form into holograms that can appear as almost anything that your imagination can think of. They can even take a physical form which can be hit by the phonetic gloves. And right after we learned about all of this, we see CP0 discussing that they are meant to kill Vegapunk. Could these factors all be tied together potentially? Is Vegapunk flying too close to the sun, no pun intended? Is he getting too close to figuring out how Emu's powers work and potential counters to them? I mean, it would be pretty hard to hit light without those gloves after all. And if Emu can control all kinds of light, then Emu can probably make some insane holograms that are made of lights with properties that we've never even seen before. It's almost like Emu's imagination would be the limit on what they can create, which fits perfectly into how Luffy's imagination is what drives him into Gear 5th. Emu might be able to make lights with any type of properties, because if we have a slow beam, maybe there's also a speed beam that we haven't discovered, or an age beam, or really any beam that he could think of that might mimic all of the Devil Fruit powers. And if Emu is truly connected to Joy Boy in the past, this could have made those two like two sides of the same coin, both with endless imaginations, but different abilities that permitted it and different ways of using it in the world. And since Emu has a giant straw hat in Marijois, maybe they really were connected closely in the past. So that got me thinking about something else. If Emu's lights can have undiscovered properties like Foxy's did, what if these lights are just tied to how Devil Fruits work in the first place? What if Devil Fruits are really all just real holograms essentially? As if someone used their light powers to create fruits that enable people to have insane powers that go to the furthest stretches of our imagination. I do have a lot more to say about this that will come in a future video that's all about the creation of Devil Fruits and how their wills work. So make sure to subscribe so you don't miss that one. And lastly, let's think about Blackbeard. Blackbeard controls darkness, and he can create a black hole which light can't escape from. It's the perfect counter to someone who uses light, because regardless of what kind of light Emu uses, it shouldn't work as well in the presence of a black hole. And given Blackbeard's ties to Rox, who knew a lot about the world's history, and even the fact that Blackbeard and Rox had the same home base where the first Davy Back fight ever occurred, I think Blackbeard could potentially know all about Emu's powers, or at least the counter required to beat him, so that he can also try to become the king of the world. Well, please drop a like if you enjoyed anything that I had to say, because that's all I had for today's video, but make sure to check out one of these two videos. Until next time, later.
All right. So we got the Void Century video from Dax. Great video. I liked it 6 times, as you guys saw. Let's see what you guys are saying, because I have some points that I wanna bring up on Dax. I don't see if you were you there on my stream last night when I brought up, because last night's or 1066 had some interesting data points when it comes to what happened on O'Hara and stuff like that. So there was this theory that I had for a long time, and now I want to make the video for it, and I think it fits what you're talking about. So just curious if you heard my Aokiji power thing. Because I want to include that right here. I wasn't there that long last night, so I missed out, unfortunately. All right, so I'll say it here now. Speed beam, okay, meth. Moon bouncing off a slow beam like Madara wanted to use the moon to bounce off Genjutsu. Oh, that's an interesting idea. Bouncing it, yeah, to bounce it off the moon. Wait, did I miss that at the end? I was like trying to keep the thought in my head, but no, it was about the shadows thing. I was like, wait, did I miss this? I'm just gonna dislike your mold theory, your laugh or tale in this video. Great, 10 out of 10. The Washu Washu no Mi awakening. The Washu Washu no Mi, unironically, is my favorite devil fruit. If light is the origin of devil fruits, how was the Yami Yami no Mi created with it? You did say you did. Yeah. I mean, darkness is the absence of light, so it's not necessarily like removed from the creation, but that's what makes that devil fruit so interesting, right? Figuring out how that one works, maybe there is a light function behind it. Let's say he went too high at the end of 1066. Wait, he did? Wait, Vegapunk said he went too high? We'll write down now. So the thing that I said about Aokiji's power was for a while now, and you know, the only thing that I had for proof of this is like I sort of mentioned this in my Devil Fruit Boats Float video, but it's mostly just in DMs and conversations with people. Mosh yesterday brought him on. He was one of the people I told. 3vol I told this idea to, and it was essentially that we think of Aokiji's power as the superior form of Monet's fruit. So when you look at like Monet, she has the Monet One Piece wiki. So look at Monet, she has the devil fruit power called the Yuki no Mi, the snow human. So she makes it snow and it's cold. And what's one interesting thing about this is that it was noted that that when Nami used heat, the heat ball, no hockey involved, just the heat ball, Monet was actually damaged. She became like she like couldn't she I think in the panel she like screamed a little bit. Letha passed through without her, could only get wounded with the use of hockey, sea stone, and heat. And the heat one was really interesting. And let me pull up the thing. And so I was interested because I was like, okay, so if this is like a cold thing, heat, that makes sense as a weakness. But Aokiji doesn't have that. He fought Akainu, like Akainu is raining down stuff on him. It's like I don't think he has that kind of a weakness. It just kind of wouldn't make that much sense. Let's see. Do bad. Heat egg. Yeah, so right here. Nami uses heat egg and then Monet actually screams, even though she's a Logia and it's just heat. And the reason I bring that up is Aokiji, or Kuzan has what we know as the Hiei no Mi, which gets translated to the ice fruit. Viz in Funimation, but Viz says the chili fruit. And it like the feeling cold or chilly. And I thought that would be interesting if it was just like the chill, like you chill, and then Kuzan, he's a chill person. That kind of thing. And something that's interesting about that is like the way it's a Logia, right? It's a chill fruit. It's not necessarily the ice fruit. Yeah, it gets translated as that, but the fish would be feeling cold. And something that, you know, Dax brought up was the Noro beam. So I believe that's chapter 310, probably 310. No, 307 maybe. Obstructive tactics. Okay, here we go. Is it here? No, it's the next one then. 309. Oh, I was one off. Is that for real? The slow beam. Yeah, so right here. As an as yet undiscovered particle, wherever this light strikes, whether it's a living creature, liquid, or gas, will maintain all its other properties but lose velocity. And the reason why I think that's interesting is we were introduced to this like random thing in Long Ring Longland, but it's not the only power that we're introduced. We are also introduced to another power, an admiral power, in this thing, and we were actually introduced to it prior, a little bit. I believe it's either here at the very end or it's 304. Let's see. Foxy the Silver Fox. Let's see. Is it at the very end of this one? No. 303 then? There we go. So I told Preach this. Preach did a video and he shouted me out for this thing. But essentially the Gorosei singled out Kuzan, Admiral Aokiji, and said Admiral Aokiji is the greatest power in the Navy. And to me, it's interesting because it's like, you could say that admirals are the greatest power in the Navy, but here they specifically said Admiral Aokiji is the greatest power in the Navy, which is like so crazy because that to me tells me there's something significant about his power, something a little extra special. Now, when we look at Aokiji's power, so we have to go to 319. Among 319. When we look at his power, sorry for the language. 319. Let's see. Admiral Aokiji. Here we go. So here we go. Let's take it here. So, oh no, it's the Master of the Seas. What is that? Get away. Watch out. And then he uses Ice Age, which now we know has a very interesting context here, right? So he freezes the entire thing. He sticks his hand in the ocean and he freezes the entire thing. The sea is frozen. It's a Logia type. He ate the chili fruit. This is the power of Admiral from Navy headquarters. But this is what's interesting to me. And Dax, paying attention, you said something similar in your video. You're like, Foxy can only use it for 30 seconds, but maybe Emu can do a stronger version of that. Maybe that's the exact time, 100-year void. And so without getting into the full thing, what's interesting about Aokiji's power is he freezes the entire ocean, right? How many times does he do this? Like, how often is he just out here freezing the entire ocean? The reason why I ask is because he seems pretty knowledgeable of how long it takes. Look what he says right afterwards. He says, "This will hold for a week. You can take a leisurely walk to meet up with your village. It'll get cold, so make sure you bundle up." Look at that. This will hold for a week. How did he know the exact time? How did he know that? That's so odd to me, right? Like, I'm not, even if I was this super powerful, I'm not freezing the ocean and be like, no, yeah, it's going to last about a week. You know what I mean? It seems like he said his power is like freeze for a week, right? That's what it's like, the Noro beam, but the superior version. So if the Noro beam slows down the velocity of whatever particles are in its face, I'm saying that Aokiji's power might not be simply the ice power. It might be that it stops particles in their tracks. And you would get a very similar situation, which is where the water, if it stopped, it would freeze over. And so I was just like, I never made a video on this because there wasn't like a lot to go off of. But now there kind of is with Saul. But the overall point is, if you go back to Dax's video, how do you stop the world or, slow it down? Like, yeah, it could be that they slowed it down, but what if they slowed it down to the point where it froze? Everything froze. And you used the word there a few times. I was like, it's interesting. And the reason why I say that is because that's actually where me and Dax's video connect to each other, right? If you watch my video, I talk about how the world froze over. And I don't exactly talk about how, I talk about ways it could have happened, but I left out Aokiji for a specific reason, and this is the one. But he's a Logia though. And so that's the interesting part, right? Rerun is like, especially now, we know that there are fruits that could be masquerading as other things. If a Paramecia could be a Zoan, there could be a Logia that is a Zoan. There could be a Logia that's a Paramecia. The fact that Katakuri had to be like essentially retconned, it'd be pretty interesting, right? Cold does cause particles to bunch up and move slower. Look at exactly, Dill. That's what I'm. Yep, and PSA Dax made his video before the recent reveals, which makes it even cooler. I just don't like the theory that Emu can do something like that. The slowing down thing. Yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting because I feel like this is a power that's like a pause button, right? When you think about it like that, it's kind of like a broken power that they're like these things. Kuzan is being built up to be this super important character, and it's like, why? It'd be interesting to see this play out because of what happened in the recent chapter, right? His moves are called Ice Age, Ice Time Capsule. And then in the recent chapter, we find out that Saul isn't actually dead. And then on top of that, when you look at the characters like Robin, Luffy, they all froze or whatever. But then like Chopper, right? Where is it? It's like Chopper was basically saying like this doesn't make any sense. If they were actually frozen, they would just have died. There, like I forget what exactly he said. And keep in mind there was like a full thing. Let's see. I've never seen a person completely frozen. Aokiji said that she's still alive, but I still don't understand how. Right? So like if a person's completely frozen, they should just die. Aokiji says she's alive, but I don't understand how. This is Chopper. Chopper doesn't understand how they're still alive despite being frozen. Again, if it was that the time froze for them, that might explain why Chopper doesn't understand this power. So more like cryogenics. Yeah. And the reason why I'm liking the theory more now is because the recent chapter came out. I think with Mosh, we talked about this in December 2021, and he made a video about how Aokiji might not have killed the people on Ohara and that they survived. That was like a few months ago. But this one I'm thinking about a little bit more. This panel implies that Kuzan froze Saul knowing Saul would live. Exactly, Noah, exactly. Taking out heat energy is taking out kinetic energy at a particle level. Yep, exactly. Holy crap, you're right. Ors was frozen. He died. Robin and Luffy froze, but they're still alive. Yeah. Ors died because and Chopper did that autopsy, right? Chopper did the autopsy on Ors. I believe it's 482. Is it 482? No. It's before this. 479 then? I don't remember exactly. It's somewhere here, I believe. Yeah, so I forget what chapter. I talk about it in my Void Sentry video. Actually, I just look at that. I can just pull up my own video. That's crazy. I forgot that I just put it in here. Oh, where is it? Oh, God bless 3-Day for doing this. Oh yeah, I mentioned Aokiji's power a little tiny bit. Here we go. Right here, Ors. Nope, not that one. There we go. Even a monster as big as him can't stand a chance against the power of nature. He must have got... What? Hello? Go back. Stop that. Hey, you. There we go. This is a different one, but even a monster as big as him can't stand against the power of nature. He must have got caught in the cold and died of exposure. So meaning like the cold, the frozenness, that killed Ors, but it didn't kill Robin and Luffy. And I wonder why. I wonder if this line here is telling. So ParVision reacts to ParVision reacts, exactly. Tulka's Orome. So newest chapter kills the evil Kuzan theories, no? Yeah, Kuzan's a good guy. Kuzan is a good guy. Dill said that's the Samu no Mi. That's the chili fruit. Non-canon Paramecia devil fruit only mentioned in Oda's SBS. Wait, but what did he say in this thing? What? Because it says it's non-canon, but like, why is this a Samu? Okay, hold on. Found the perfect devil fruit. So I went ahead and blah, blah, blah. Nothing but bad jokes come out of your mouth. That's interesting. Samu means cold. Someone says a bad joke. Yep, double puns. Interesting. Let's see. Pull back the thing. Off topic, who taught Chopper to do an autopsy? Was Hiroluke cutting stuff open in front of him? Probably. That's like basic. That's basic doctoring. All doctors have to work with cadavers, right? I think Tequila Wolf is meant to run perpendicular with a red line to connect. Agreed, Dax. I agree with that. We did a breakdown of that on a Void Century stream. I forget which one. We brought up, someone made a 3D globe of the One Piece world. Let me see if I can actually pull that up since I brought it up. Let's see, I think it's in my Discord under resources. One Piece. Library. There we go. So they someone made a 3D globe of the One Piece world. Hey, Dax, you probably would like to use this on a future video. Yep. That's why my Discord is super great. We have resources in here. Let me just use this real quick. Let's see where they put the, oh yeah, so this is how they drew Tequila Wolf. This is what we talked about. We're like, I don't think Tequila Wolf is supposed to be there. It doesn't make sense for it to be all the way there. And it also, I think it would make more sense if it was crossing down, because I think from context clues, I think Tequila Wolf crosses into the Grand Line. But we don't have to get too much in there. Damn, where can we find this? You can find this in my Discord underneath the library tab. My Discord is a great place to find One Piece content and One Piece research. Hey, Dill, don't just link him the thing. Just redirect him to the Discord. Come on, Dill. What are we doing here? Shout outs to the Discord, where, it's a great place to be, and you can find other great content or resources like this. And if you want to start a YouTube channel yourself with One Piece or anything, you could share it in the channel. Sponsored by ParVision's Discord. How do they have the poles confirmed in random spots in the ocean like that? Yeah, they don't. It's a completely fan-made thing. So I would like to get into contact with this person and help create that. Wink, wink, Dax. Wink, wink. You know where I'm going with that one. But that's why that one's a little bit more low key. Let's see. What do you think about Clover's diagram of the world with the 7 worlds, knowing that now that Clover is one of the most well-informed people in the verse? It might be that the Clover's model of that was an ancient model. So that's the important part about history. You wouldn't exactly destroy an understanding or a theory of the world, even if it was upended. But it could be that was a previous understanding, and it might be that the Void Century would be the time to upend that understanding. But I don't know. The 7 worlds one is really weird to me, because in the story, canonically, Oda drew one moon for the first 220 chapters. You can follow the moon cycles throughout the One Piece manga, and you can see you can essentially look at the moon and figure out how many days have passed. That's how much detail Oda put in. And the fact that he only has one moon there, but then in that thing there's 7 worlds, and we've never seen any of them in the sky, it's kind of interesting, to say the least. Damn, what's happening to Twitch right now? But yeah, Let's see. Do you think the 20 allied countries knew what was about to happen and all gathered at the World Center to avoid the cleansing? Dovey said they gathered there. Yep, exactly, 3-day. That's the premise of the video, of mine at least, that they had to do something to the world. So Dak's theory fits here, where you could stop like right before I start talking about here, take the synthesis of the first 15 minutes of my video and insert Dak's theory. It fits. That's what I like about Dak's theory, where essentially like if something catastrophic happened to the world, and then and the kings, like, because think about it, Doflamingo, Don Quixote, they were the kings with their own like slaves, with their own workforce, their own island, just as its own place. Imagine being the king of such a wealthy place, and then like you're just like, hey, want to move to this gated neighborhood? No, I'm staying the king of Hawaii. I'm staying the king of my island, bro. You have to do something that makes me need to leave my place, the place that I built, my home, my constituents, my kingdom, to go to this red line area, right? Why would I want to do that? Well, if the world was going to be flooded, if the world was going to be taken down or whatever, then that would make sense. Oh wow, the YouTube chat isn't on the stream. I thank you for pointing that out. I think that's an issue with YouTube, actually. I've been seeing on a bunch of streams that YouTube chat was having an issue, but let me try to fix this real quick. Thank you for pointing that out. Let me done, and then properties. See if it refreshes. Dang, just realizing that. Par sounding like pain, my home, my country, my constituents. Par on that Clover agenda. Well, I'm just pointing out, right? Like if you were the king of your own kingdom, you build it up. It's your family's place, right? How would you leave? They'd have to tell me like, yo, some batshit crazy stuff's about to happen. Like, it's best for you to leave. And the only thing that makes sense is that Nefertari had something that would counter it. And that's where Dak's video is a little interesting, because the Nefertari chose to stay, but I don't think in the video he explained a particular reason why they chose to stay despite the world being flooded and all that stuff. But always in line with the part two. Damn. Streamlabs having issues with YouTube chat on stream. Thank you, Dax. That's what I thought something was happening like that. So sorry about that, YouTube. But I'll keep the stream. I think I'm keeping the streams up on my main channel for a while now. So nobody has said this, so I'm pointing it out. Let's see. What did you say, Rebel? 1066, look at the dragon's leg and he has a bandana that is a tattoo. Yeah, oh yeah, we talked about it on the live stream last night. Pretty fun. Yo, Virgo, what's up? Yo, how you doing, fam? Let's see. But yeah, well, hello. Yeah, welcome. Let's see. Wave Master said, I hope people don't oversaturate the world with the word Elbaf like they did with Wano. Already getting annoyed hearing a hype beyond the moon all the time. Yeah, the Elbaf, I said it before, like, Elbaf was actually hyped before Wano with Little Garden, so, like, high key, Elbaf better live up. But I know what you mean. I still liked Wano. Clover is now my favorite Astra Scholar in One Piece. Well, that is the thematic of the Voice of All Things and my Buster Called people, right? Clover and Vegapunk are canonically the best theorists for One Piece, right? They went off of a scrap and figured out the entire world, and they were shot and killed and chased for it. So Good man, first time joining. Love the content. Been binge watching all the theories. Yo, I love to hear that, Rebel. Love to hear that. Bow. Do you think the Straw Hats will go to the moon? So last night, Mosh came up with this cracked idea. So, before we get to Hidden Islands video, we'll talk a little bit more about this recent revelations. But for this, I actually have to put the red screen. Oh no, I don't have it on this. So we're just gonna wing it. Pray to the, actually, wait, can I? I'll just mention it. I'll just say it out loud. So at the end of last chapter, we see Einstein Vegapunk going like, the space-time warp thing must have like messed up midway through, and we were talking about where that power comes from. Was he trying to recreate something, or what exactly was that? And then so Mosh was saying that it could be that Vegapunk could use that power to send the Straw Hats elsewhere, similar to how Kuma did that to the Straw Hats. The context might be different, but the effect might be the same. And it might be that Luffy goes to the moon through like being transported there. And that would be like the only real way for the Straw Hats to ever interact with the moon. But, and then that, obviously, the obvious agenda behind it was that'd be the way to bring Enel back. But that aside, I was like, wait, that kind of is a cool idea. I don't know exactly. Ooh, a diamond par? Me and Jay need you on the next Henny Cool Brothers? Yo, I'm down. Yeah. Definitely. I mean, if we have each other on Twitter, right? Like, hit me up. Let me know, and I'll try to clear up the schedule for it. Let's see. Can I send you my Foxy theory? It relates to the Void Century, but it's slightly different from other Void's theories. Definitely, yeah. Send it in the Discord, and then I'll definitely look out for it. Make sure you tag a mod too, just in case. I honestly wasn't thinking that Vegapunk would have a direct connection to Ohara. Yeah. Professor Clover didn't have a bulging head. Not smart enough. Yo, Professor Clover. It went to his hair. All right. It's one of those like cursed images that like his hair wasn't actually hair. His head grew into like it was masking his head. That's the truth. His head was big enough. Don't slander Clover. I never want to see Clover slander in this chat ever again. Let's see. Gotta get a Bonnie foot filth. Oh my goodness. If you hype Elbaf up too much, it'll become Elbaf. The thing is, we are fair. This channel is fair, and like we see reality. That's why we're called the ParVisionary, the visionary pirates, right? We see the reality. I mean, Mihawk as a Sword is one of those times where, reality came too soon. People weren't ready for it, but I had to make them ready for it. But the overall point being that I think our viewers will look at Elbaf fairly, just like Wano, Like the stream, Par only has 2 likes and we got 100. Wait, what? I only have 2 likes on the stream? That's crazy. Hear me out. Saul is the S in Sword. Who's the WORD? S W is world government on Red Dragon. No, I'm just... Oh, it's at 77 likes. Got you. Is this if you look at the globe of One Piece world and its moons at Ohara, there's one orbit that has 2 moons on it, but if you look closely, it looks like it could be in front of the low orbit. All right, let's pull it up then. Ohara worlds. What? One Piece. There we go. Oh, are we looking closely? So, are you postulating that this is our world? This is our world. This is our moon. It's going through, and then this is the sun. And maybe it's that the planets, it's not drawn to scale. It's drawn to, it's that kind of thing. Not exactly like perfect. We don't schedule when you're called upon. Answer. All right, fair enough, Virgo. Small but great, in my opinion. All right, I want to get to Hidden Islands thing, and then we'll check out some stuff. All right, I don't know what's happening there, but yo, Cam Cobain with the $5 super chat. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. She says, I have a feeling Loki is not going to be another Orochi, but a competent and powerful leader of Elbaf. Yo. Competent antagonist leader, even if he's not antagonist, competency is something that I always, Orochi wasn't incompetent. He just wasn't capable on his own. I think, he was competent in what he wanted to do is, evil and all that stuff. He could have done some things better. But it was more so that he was incapable. I think that Loki should be capable. And I think from the we kind of get an understanding Loki is kind of diplomatic, right? He wanted to bridge relations. So maybe it'll be there. Read my counter theory. Counter theory to what? Pinged you my theory in Discord, has some good evidence, only a paragraph. All right, Town Lord, we'll see it. Got a fun theory. It's definitely not a meme theory with a lot of evidence behind it. Breakfast piece. Roger wanted a ship's egg for the world's biggest breakfast. Luffy inherited his dream and constantly eats meat. And also, milk has been known to heal bodies. Imagine what all the breakfast ingredients could do at that size. He could heal the world and satisfy them. But the real poneglyph said he could only do it at a certain time in the morning. Unfortunately, it wasn't breakfast time for Roger yet. He was too early. The dawn hadn't come yet. I hate that that's actually... Why did I end up reading it in that voice? That's so funny. The dawn is just breakfast. That's pretty funny. I like it. Brandon, I need you to make TikToks of these fun theories. If you had TikToks of that, I would repost every single one, honestly. I love it when I post fun theories on TikTok and people just hear 20 seconds of context and this is the worst theory I've ever heard of. Meanwhile, they said it to my theory that Sanji absorbed the emotions of his brothers in the womb, and which is why he's so emotional and his brothers lack emotions. And they said that this is the worst theory. I was like, wow, that's crazy. I don't know about worst theory. You could not like it, but By the way, you got to get the Google Images Restored extension? Okay. Sounds useful. Interesting. He's saying the small one on the bottom left touching the Earth is not orbiting the planet, but the top of a massive tree. So the bottom left one is not orbiting. So this one is... Oh, so this planet and this planet are on the same orbit, but he's saying that this one isn't a planet, it's a tree. All those moons held a specific race, and the middle planet is the one where the One Piece all races live, okay? That the biggest one is One Piece World, and the moon that's closest to it is actually the tree. Got you. Top of the tree could connect to one of the moons only at a certain time. So if we use the big brain here, I'm assuming... Wait, hold on. There's a lot of collisions. This is not a very organized orbit. This is an orbit of chaos right now. What is... This one is following... Oh, these two are also on the same orbit, it looks like. And then this one is just in the middle. Whoever designed this galaxy or this, solar system... Bro, it's like my desk right now. It's so messy. Interesting. So then this one, I think all the planets. Huh. You could create a planet stack. The Norse realms, Yggdrasil. There's Niflheim. Asgard, interesting. The manga one looks better. Let's go to the manga one then. Been linking new tab. Oh, shout outs to Artur. Thank you for, wait, there we go. Oh wait, this is Joy Boy. All right, let's see. So this one. I mean, I know what chapter it's on. I could let's go to the chapter. I believe it's 393. Oh, my heart. Oh no, I didn't mean for this to happen like this. I didn't need. Oh no, Saul. The pain. No. All right, there we go. Oh, clean. Okay. So tree attached. There's more gap here. More gap, but then this planet, that planet, this planet. It's interesting. It is interesting indeed. Wait, why does this just have X's on it? I just realized that. Wait, what is this? Wait, I never realized that this planet just has a bunch of like plus signs on it. And then this thing looks like a moon. All these other planets were destroyed, something like that. Space Tree, Oda made that. The moon has a moon. We got Moonception up in here. Think Loki could be evil Sanji, kind of a leader, so maybe he would go for Nami and Robin when the Straw Hats would go to Elbaf, so he's still got something going for him as antagonists. Possible. It's possible. Though, I don't know how big on that I would be, because he wanted to marry Chiffon, I believe, right? Or Lola? Lola. No. Lola. Yeah, Lola. Wait, Vbob, where did you post the counter theory? Put it in the stream alerts thing, so I don't have to like look for it if you have the counter theory thing. But the, what's it called? The I thought you were memeing. My bad. What was it saying? Yeah, he wanted to marry Lola at Chiffon, and they're not exactly the lookers, the best lookers in One Piece. My wife was being goofy off camera. Will the alignment of all the plans be why it wasn't time yet? It would be interesting, right? How does he remember all those chapters? It's a gift and a curse. I remember a lot of things. If you catch me on a different stream on Twitch. So on Twitch, I stream about other topics. Like if I don't stream on YouTube, but I'm streaming on Twitch, it's about other things sometimes. So I have a science channel that I think next week I'm gonna post a video there. Basically, the real world theory about how we can in the future see the history of the entire universe. It is plausible in my opinion. I just need people smarter than me to enact it. Like if I had a Make-A-Wish thing, I would honestly be like, yo, Elon, you need to make this ParVision machine. And the ParVision machine would be that machine. So it'd be pretty cool. The counter theory. Zoro flips his boots to anti-grav mode and then he gets lost and ends up on the moon. Oh, that's the counter theory? Oh, that's the... See, that you got the wrong mod to post it. See, Dill... I'm conditioned to not always read Dill's chat because he started posting Wikipedia articles for me to read, and then so my brain was like, all right, we got to stop looking at Dill's comments all the time. So if you ask Elon, it's never being made. That's true, but but he's also the one making crazy things, right? The Dill slander. But Dill knows it's true. It's not slander. His brain it's only on Discord though. I mean not Discord, on Twitch, because on YouTube his slate is clean there. Randy Choi's comment section caught something fierce. The world government flag looks exactly like Einstein's cross. 4 quasars that orbit one singular star like an X that marks a spot. Wait, what? Wait a second. This isn't Randy Choi's stream? Oh my god, that's so crazy. That's like an instant recognition right there. What? That is the world government. Einstein's cross being the world government flag? Wait, what? Okay. Just for the visual sake. Boom. Yeah. I mean, you don't need much comparison to see the connection between 5 dots, but if you didn't see it then, I think you see it now. All right, let's read this then. My brain is not in this mode at the moment, but the Einstein cross is a gravitationally lensed quasar that sits relating to his gag, his dialogue gag that sits directly behind the center of the galaxy, called a Hoochie Mama's lens. No, Hooch's lens. It's in the constellation Pegasus. All right, hold on. We going some. I already was gonna make a video relating to physics for the One Piece stuff, but the 3 days thing with the Rayleigh and the love waves, relating to the door. But now we got another one too. I have to refresh on some things. Let me just skim through this. Okay, so we're not going to get much information from the wiki because it's too big brain. Let's go to astronomy.com. Oh, I should have went to hyperphysics. You know what's crazy about Einstein? This year, I think it was 1916 or 1918, he predicted that 100 years later, wait a second. I talked about this on stream, but it just has different context now with what Dax put out with his video and the flooding idea. Okay, so Einstein predicted in like 1916, 1918, whatever, that 100 years from then, so unfortunately he made a theory that he wouldn't live to tell the tales of, or take the W of, but I'm pretty sure it was Einstein, where he predicted that the collision of two supernovas essentially would create a ripple effect throughout the entire galaxy, and 100 years later the Earth would get essentially a pass by the gravitational waves or whatever, the cosmic radiation, and that is exactly what happened. They what's it called? They recorded it. They were waiting for it, and then it exactly happened. And the way to describe it is that space-time, the fabric of space-time, gets analogized to a wave, a water of sorts. So when the thing created the wave, it created like a tsunami effect that passed by. Yo, Brago. Not Virgo and Brago coming in on the stream when I'm just like spewing out quantum physics stuff. But Scanser didn't happen part show proof he predicted it. Not sus in November 22. I think you can. I'll show it. I talked about it in a previous thing. What an epic and romantic tale. So I think the romantic part was Oda forcing a. I definitely reacted weirdly on the thing. I think the romantic thing was forcing the romance dawn connection. So the kanji used for romantic there is the same exact typing that Romance Dawn uses, so it might be a play on like the past is the future and the future is the past. But let's since Brago's here, he asked the question. Let's go back and reflect on this. Let's read it out. Let's see what. Oh wait, that's the wrong chapter. Let's zoom in. Let's zoom in a lot. It's about right around. Do I pass it already? Wait a second. Did I pass it? No, I passed it. right? There we go. So he says, I believe the history of the Void Century is the history of a conflict, one between an alliance of 20 nations and this forgotten advanced kingdom. The victorious 20 went on to form the world government and shape history as we know it. And to ensure that ideas of the ancient kingdom wouldn't live on, they erased every trace of it from history. What? That's crazy. What? Is this for real? Whoa, what an epic and romantic tale. Hang on, Vegapunk. You mean everyone who knows about this gets eliminated indeed? Then why did you tell us? Yeah, Frankie's line is like so weird. Frankie, I think what's interesting about Frankie is like, you know, he cares about Kuma and he cares about Senior Pink. And 2 times, like, I forget where it was. I think it's later on where, I think it's like right around here. Where is it? He goes, my head's gonna blow. Why did Kuma help us? And why did you modify him so much, Vegapunk? And it's like exclamation point, question mark, whatever. And he's like freaking out. And then Shaka just ignores his ass. I think, oh yeah, the red filter. I don't have the red filter on. Forgot about that. But yeah, it's kind of interesting with like Frankie's dialogue entirely here because he's kind of like fangirling, I'm guessing. Like, I don't know exactly. Let me add source. Red. Nope. Ooh. Let me just do this real quick. Or actually, wait, no, I should have it on a different thing. Oh well, we'll do it here. And then real quick, transform, edit filters, edit filters, none. Give me a second, guys. Color key, done. Opacity, close, red filter. There we go. Let's see. Brago said they just confirmed pretty much genocide. It's so odd. Yeah. Like you eliminate everyone, and then like Sanji is the one who brings it back to reality, which is like interesting. But the fact that like Frankie's lines are kind of like being used as like look, like straight up ignored, right? Because we're talking about Clover, Dragon, blah blah blah, and then he doesn't even mention Kuma. We don't even talk about Kuma. And then here, I feel like the only reason to have him say this is like that throwaway line of what an epic and romantic tale, which is supposed to like reflect of like the thing I just talked about in my Void Century video, which is I believe it's here, chapter 99, right here. Legends that endure in the future were events that took place in the distant past, right? And so everything that's happened in the past is going to happen in the future. Everything that we've seen in the future probably happened in the past. And I feel like that's the only point of this throwaway line. I think the only other context that we can give is that the other part that I realized when I was reading this was like, all of us, the readers, know all of this. Like, the readers knew this. Like, whether it was theory and confirmed, whatever, like, this is like not news to us. But it is news to the Straw Hats. But the only Straw Hat it isn't really news for who's here is Frankie, because Frankie actually knows the history of Pluton. He learned about stuff from Tom. He had the blueprints. So it might be that this is a different context because, like, from what he heard from Tom, it might be different. I don't know. It's definitely weird. Like, I agree, though. Like, it doesn't make too much sense with this thing. Wait for the official translations on that one. Yeah, I agree. I think the only thing here is, like, the sentiment and delivery. The problem though is like even if you go to the official translations, I don't know how much they can change the delivery of this, right? Let's see. Frankie is reacting to the whole history from the beginning. Vegas started with a passionate archaeologist willing to risk his life, and that's the romance. No, but that's the thing. He didn't like, oh yeah, the risk his life. Like, not only that, machinery excavated. Like, so you're saying that he seems like removed, but the problem here is it's like 22 years ago, your home of O'Hara was eradicated by a buster call. And then he's just like, whoa, what an epic and romantic tale, fam. Like, I was like, whoa, I don't know about that one. So it is interesting. The Robin's crying face is the new best Robin face. Bro, Robin's face crushed me. It crushed me. Einstein also made this statement: I fear the day when technology will surpass our human interaction. The world will have a generation of idiots, which, with everyone falling for nonsense today, which makes so much sense. Yep, exactly. It's not weird. Frankie is reacting to the second panel of the first page. Second panel of the first page. Yeah, I see what you're saying, but like, you can't knock that this, like, if he had said that here, right? Like, if he said that here, it would make more sense. But he said that after all this drop, right? Like, it's not fathomable that you could say that after this. Like, yeah, like I think I would agree with you that if he had said this here, cool, you know what I mean? But he said it here, which isn't as cool. Reacting to one part of the story is wild as hell. Yeah, and then going back to the whole Frankie thing, I think Frankie is like the odd one out in entirely. Because and another thing that we do get that Frankie knows and no one else knows is that Frankie actually was at Vegapunk's lab for 2 years. We don't know the full extent of what information he has. I think that's the only way to properly explain this line is like Frankie giving us lore about what he learned about at Vegapunk's lab, which we actually might find out later, and then also what Tom told him, right? Because that would give it more context. But I think like when you put this in the context of what, that's crazy, is this for real? And you see like the panic and like the realization, and then right after his thing is Sanji going, everyone gets killed, everyone gets murdered. Like you get 1, 2, Frankie's reaction, 3 of all the same thing, and then this Frankie's reaction, and even like, you know, he's smiling too, which is like, I don't know. Zoro wouldn't let that fly. Yeah, Zoro would be interesting. The minority hunter, right? Let's see. I just bought a new car and then I ran over my mom's foot. Whoa, that must be exciting. Yo, Rago, you're not wrong. He's too manly to cry in front of his idols or something is my guess. It's interesting. It's definitely, we got something going on here. Let's see. Frankie has had a very similar reaction to every story he's been told. How many stories has he been told? Now that I think about it. How many? Because was he there for Jinbei's story? No, I don't think. No, he was. No, he was there. Frankie was there. Frankie. Nah, I mean. No. When Senior Pink's story, he did. He was just like crying. He cried. Yeah. Always cries when he hears a sad story. What about Odin's story? Odin's story. That would be 922. 922. Right? Wait. How ironic. How ironic that we're looking for this. Let's see. The creature, so Kaido's a dragon. Is Frankie here for this story? Wait. Was it before this? No, Frankie. Oh, Frankie's not here. When did Frankie learn about the story? Now I think about it. It's interesting. Show Robin tearing up face. Bro, that face gets me. Face gets me. It's all the way down. Right here. Right? It's like what a face. Makes you tear up. Remember when Brooke told him his history with Laboon before we told what it was? Frankie was running around crying saying he's a real man. Yeah, it is interesting.
A time where it says, "Oh my bad, I wasn't sure about the Einstein quote. Her people's true is fake. The anime pussy isn't lost on me." I feel so dumb. I'll say this from experience. Romance in Japanese is much more about excitement than it is about love. That makes sense. I was saying that yesterday, like during the live reaction. The romantic tale doesn't necessarily mean love. Par, you have any prediction on the name of the kingdom, since now we know it's related to advancement and technology? I'm still on Hidden Islands boat. It's called the One Piece. The kingdom was the kingdom of One Piece. Just makes too much sense. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, he was there for the thing? Yeah, he cried for Senior Pink. He was there for Vegapunk's, or not Vegapunk, Odin's story? Damn. Chat, if you guys know what chapter, we can see Frankie's reaction to Odin's story. That is an important one. Romance Kingdom makes sense. I like that too. Ironic he got mad at Vegapunk for making her cry right after disregarding her trauma. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's true. Oh no, actually no, that was Sanji, right? Sanji said something like, I thought that was Sanji who said that. I'm forgetting. We're just gonna leave it there. But yeah, not at the time, at the gravesite, I believe. I'm trying to remember what chapter it was. Wano chapters are lost on me. I know, like, outside of Wano, I haven't like looked back at Wano for a while. I'm giving Wano a breather room before I like really touch back on Wano concepts. So I don't have the Wano chapters memorized as well as I should. I know like some of them, like 937 is like the land of gold. Obviously like the Odin flashback is easy. Some of the other stuff is kind of hard. The kingdom names Romance Dawn. It could be. Easily could be. This panel of Robin is everything. Yeah. Like, look at, like, Oda, like, imagine if Oda made this a straight line smile, like, not smile, like, mouth. It would lose so much emotion, but he drew this, like, little, like, crevice underneath her chin, like, on her chin, and then, like, the jaggedness of her thing, because she's, like, breaking out into tears, but holding it back. Oh, my God, the detail. It's so crazy. I've definitely made that face. Par missed the message about the quote being fake, but read Timeless reaction. I didn't want to click on the Facebook link. I try not to click on too many links. If it's in the Discord and I can like see it, then I'll do that. She made to look childlike as well. Yes, exactly. The only thing that would have, like, and again, this is a knock on the chapter, but I think Sai told me the only thing that would have made this chapter just a little extra, like, I'm pretty sure if Oda had included this, all of us would have burst out into fucking tears. It would have been if they had Robin like under her breath go Dereshi and like start crying and like laughing like Saul. Oh my God, that would have been so crazy. But this was enough. This was enough to have us have a grown man crying. I had to cover up the camera yesterday. I was like, ain't no way I'm crying about this right now. Who is mad at Saul being alive? I'm not seeing a soul being pissed about that even on Twitter. Damn. Wait, Brago, people are mad about Saul being alive? That's crazy. It is very emotional. I mean, like, I think it's expected that there's always going to be a group of people upset about anything. And people not dying in the story is one of them. But it's like Saul's death, like, coming back, like, I think this is one of the best ways, I think. Morge doesn't like it? Damn, Morge was... Yo, Evil Par is crazy sometimes. You know, I have no control on what Evil ParVision says sometimes. I don't, I can't endorse everything that's said by my Seraphim, but people are have the liberties to have their own reactions. I think also for me, I had a theory about Saul being alive also. We just talked about that earlier. And so it's definitely, I think it was done well so far. Yeah, Evil Par at it again. Morge is not good, Par. Morge actually slanders his own chat. So often. He came into the Reverie and called you guys minions, bro. Like, I don't know. People saying, it was funny because people called me out for calling Morge's. It was on a stream with that One Piece talk where I said Morge was Mihawk. I was saying like everyone has a pirate, like all the creators, like a parallel, and I was saying Mihawk, and then Larry's counterpoint was like, oh, but Mihawk doesn't have followers. I was like, what are we talking about? Mihawk has baboons. And then the chat was like, what, you just called Morge viewers baboons? I'm like, he calls them baboons. It's literally at the Reverie where he said that. So yeah, it's you know, it's all good fun though. It's all good fun. What's up, Tachi? What's up, Tachi? But yeah, so we just, you know, we watched Dak Sake's Void Century video. It was really good. Again, there's so many ways that
moved 800 years ago.
There's so many ways my video connects to his video, my Void Century video. And then there's a lot of context that I think that I added that it makes me like it more. But I also think that Dax has a different view on what things are going to play out with, and especially with lights. But even the light stuff, it connects back to the shadows theory. And the overall point being is that when theories connect like this, you get like a really awesome thing, because it's like if multiple people are coming to a similar conclusion, then that makes the theory stronger. And the one thing that I wanted to point out is like these Void Century videos, like the first time in One Piece history, it's not like, oh wow, that's a cool theory, we're gonna learn about it in 10 years from now. No, we're learning about this like next week. Like we're learning about it now. So strap in, guys. If you guys haven't seen these videos, if you guys haven't subscribed to Dax or seen his stuff, definitely check it out. Dax is a great content creator. He's only been here for like 4 months, less than 4 months, and look at the waves he's making right now. Look at the waves. So want to give a shout out with that, and then we're gonna talk about we're gonna watch Hidden Island's Void Century video. Again, it was posted the same week. All of us posted in the same week, and it seems like we're all in line with the Oda wavelength, the mind rope that's being had here. So I just want to again thank you guys for tuning in. Voice of All Things. If you guys haven't liked the stream yet, consider liking, consider subscribing, and all that jazz. We're gonna hop into this video, and then we're gonna have a similar discussion after that one with the new context of this thing. Par, read your message. Wait, what was the message? Bro, by the way, ParVision, imagine Professor Clover is a geocentrism elitist. Even smart people can have shortfalls. Maybe Clover just got the model wrong. That's what I'm saying, right? It could just be an old model. I didn't want to slander Clover. Vibhav, you're dancing on a fine line here. We're not slandering. Earlier, Vibhav, you were the one, right? You were the one who said Clover's forehead is not big enough to be a true smart person in the One Piece verse. And I'm just gonna say, be careful. Be careful. Clover's a goat here. All right. We're not slandering. We're not slandering the goat. Let's see. You won the draft, by the way. This sheep couldn't take off their rose-tinted glasses. Baby Pluton. I'm remembering that one. I'll remember that one. I know where your vote went to. Aokiji murdering his homie in hindsight would have made Sword a little less clean with the morals, I feel. True, Wave Master, true. Oh, wait, hold on. Why is this not a thing? I just realized that. I, like, always see your name because your name is so recognizable, but here you go. Here you go, Wave Master. May look like a mod chat, but me and Wave Master are cooking up some stuff, guys. Can't wait to unveil what me and Wave Master got going on. But yeah, Communist Party is ignoring the free speech. What are we talking about right now? Hello? Okay, yo, Lenny Deadstock with the super chat. Appreciate it. Clover is greater than Dragon. Okay, see. I appreciate you for showing the goat Clover the love, but we also can't be slandering we don't need to raise one up to bring Dragon down a little bit. Let's just say, they're all goats. Clover greater than all the other ones. I don't know about Dragon though. let's keep Dragon up here. Dragon's a 10 out of 10, bro. If I ever meet Oda, I'm showing him our fantasy teams and he will decide which one wins. If you show Oda the fantasy, he's going with mine. He's going with mine. Dax, you know he's going with mine, bro. Just let me speak to Oda. He's going with my draft. If you guys don't know, we drafted One Piece Cruise on Wednesday on that One Piece Talk channel. We drafted Cruise, and the premise of it wasn't like strength or whatever. It was which crew would make it to Laugh Tale and become the Pirate King first. And my crew got voted a number 1. And I'm just saying, it's not a coincidence. I'm not stopping you from asking. I'm just saying, include me in the conversation, bro. Geez. Okay, so I just want to say this. I know there's a lot of people here who are here for the reaction, and we'll get to the reaction. I just want to say that if you guys are enjoying the conversation, I stream like on Twitch, and we have more loose conversations about a lot of things. So definitely, if you guys are enjoying it, jump onto the Twitch, follow there. I'm actually gonna have a watch party tonight for Bleach, Chainsaw Man, and Mob Psycho tonight, like around like 9 p.m. So, but with that, let me get into the Hidden Islands video. Just again, we're gonna talk about, this is about the Void Century. We're talking about it because I posted my Void Century video, and I now want to see what context the Hidden Island can put it. Oh, Dax, you're still here. I didn't tell you the other context. Here's the other context. Chapter 616. You talked about Laboon and the island whales smashing their head on the red line. But what if the red line wasn't the red line and it was the green line? What does that imply? That the red line is hiding some kind of land that is primed for growth and fertility and probably what was sought after by the world. And how can we prove that? Well, we don't have to look much further than the whales. The whales all know where the seas are fertile. So does it make sense that, yeah, Laboon has an explanation. He's ramming his head into the red line to make it to Brook. But what about the other island whales? Are they smashing their head against the red line because that's where the land is fertile? They're trying to get to the fertile land? Is that the connection between Dak Sake Void Century video and Hidden Islands Green Line video? I don't know. Let's find out on this episode of The Void Century, brought to you by The Hidden Island. I already liked the video. I'm pretty sure I was like one of the first comments. Dax, I'm gonna comment. I'm gonna fix the. I'm gonna change the comment soon. So we'll do that. Have the tab open. All right, let's get this video started. Let's put it on a 1.2. Actually, no, we're not putting on 1.2 yet. Let's watch the intro. Actually, wait, I can't watch this part of the intro out loud. Damn it, because it's copyrighted. So here, we're gonna watch through it. We're just gonna drool at the visuals. One Piece community is goated though. It is. This is the Green Line it is. Look at this intro, guys. Look how beautiful this is. If we were to power scale intros, Hidden Island got it, bro. Hidden Island got it. I can't play the music because I'll get copyright. Oh, I think the rest of it I get copyrighted too. So I'll have to edit the thing. It is what it is. All right, here we go. Damn, it's so hot. I said I'm boosting the algo.
A little under a year ago, I made a theory taking a crack at one of the longest running and core mysteries in One Piece, devil fruits. At the time, we came to a lot of various conclusions about how they work and how they were made, some that I'm going to restate today, and some that I'm going to change, but it's been over the course of this past month that my theory on devil fruits has grown to massive proportions, to the point where I won't even be able to fit everything into this video. I'm going to warn you right now, this one you gotta buckle in for. We're going to be going very in-depth with this theory, but once the details are on the table, I think that we may have my personal favorite theory in One Piece. I believe in this one really, really strongly. What if I told you that the red line once might have been a different color, that it once went by another name? What if I told you that devil fruits are a technology originally created there by a race of botanical scientists? Or that Vegapunk has already figured out some part of this history? That the mechanics behind devil fruits might reveal to us how Momo's fruit was made, and more importantly, that Bartholomew Kuma is not actually dead? Now that we've had a chance to meet Dr. Vegapunk, my doubts of Kuma's death have grown considerably, and so has my confidence in certain aspects of my last theories, such as hockey and light having a connection. And the reasoning for me lies in the creation and content of devil fruits, something that the good doctor has had a major hand in researching. Egghead is a natural follow-up from Punk Hazard, which is also a follow-up off of Thriller Bark. It's no coincidence, then, that the subject matter of Kuma's status, Vegapunk's lab, and Zone Devil Fruits are all coming to the front lines at the same time. See, I've thought a lot about what fruits Vegapunk's research actually bore, both figuratively and literally, and I've come to the conclusion that, although Momo's Devil Fruit is deemed a failure, in some...
Wait, most of you guys probably don't even know what this is referencing.
What fruits Vegapunk's research actually
He included that in this video. That's so
and
funny.
Literally, and I've come to the conclusion that although
dollar
Momo's
store
Devil
chopper
Fruit
figure.
is
So if you guys don't know, go on Hidden Island's channel. I think it's still up there. This is a fun video. So he's doing a new series. Oh, he's still live right now. Let's see what he's up to actually, real quick.
So desperate to talk to you.
Oh, he's reading.
But I should have known.
All right. But he has a chopper is illegal. So he has a stream on every break week where he'll put characters on the stand, and if they're found guilty, he will destroy them. And so he did it to Chopper, and so he included that in the video. And I like, that was just so funny because it's like a serious like theory video, and he still had the comedic chops to put that in there. Oh, he's reading me. Yeah, babe, I had to click out of that real quick. But yeah, all right, let's go.
Deemed a failure. In some respect, Vegapunk has managed to crack the code on devil fruits. It's why Vegapunk was credited with placing devil fruit powers inside objects. It's the only way he was able to pull that off, and it was this new process that I believe saved Kuma well before we even realized. We're going to try and answer a few important and familiar questions today.
I remember it's an hour.
What are devil fruits? How and why were they made? And who made them? This is going to take our conversation 800 years into the past, but answering these questions should tell us what Vegapunk managed to figure out in the present. We're going to attempt to pinpoint the origin of devil fruits, and I also want to try painting a picture of the civilization that created them. Maybe they can tell us if Kuma is still alive. Now, if you've seen my previous devil fruit theory, I apologize, because there's going to be some overlap here. However, it's really important to go over this stuff first, especially taking into account all the new information we have about Luffy's devil fruit and Sun God Nika. But before we do that, if you enjoyed the video today, please help me out with the like and subscribe to keep the music alive. With that out of the way, let's start from the beginning.
Like and subscribe to keep the music alive.
Come from originally. A year ago, I theorized that devil fruits come from the sunlight tree Eve, and I'm sticking to my guns on this point in particular. Why? Well, it's likely the largest tree in the world, extending all the way down from Fishman Island to the top of the Red Line. The sunlight from the top of the world and not only absorbs it, but courses light through its body down to its roots, which take in water from the deepest part of the ocean. Water and light being the two most important ingredients for a plant to grow. If the top fruit-bearing part of the tree is in Marijoa, it would also explain why nobody knows about it, since everything up there is generally kept top secret. Its very namesake comes from the biblical story of Adam and Eve. Only female trees bear fruit, and the tree in question gets its name, Eve, from the first woman. Looking at the biblical source, Eve is also the first person to eat the forbidden fruit after being convinced to by the devil, hence the inspiration.
I just have to include my thing because I don't think he's gonna go there. You know, the Eve bears the fruit, and then the jewel tree Adam. What do we? Yo, Adam's wood is crazy. Adam's wood is so hard, bro. Yo, not us using Adam's wood. That's crazy. We use Eve's fruit and Adam's wood. All right, we're breezing by that. 509. Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
Behind devil fruits. Could they have grown elsewhere? Sure, but if I had to pin down one spot in the One Piece world, the Sunlight Tree Eve is the most obvious choice. If we can agree on this at least, then the next question is, who created them? I've said it before, but I believe Lunarians created devil fruits. Devil fruits must predate the world government, and must not be from a prominent race in the world of One Piece that could speak to their origins.
It's a family-friendly
No one
stream.
in the modern day world seems to have a perfect understanding of how they're made or how they work. Lunarians, like devil fruits, predate the world government and are also conveniently not currently around to speak on this missing bit of historical information. Lunarians lived on top of the Red Line first, the supposed location of the Eve Tree. They also lived as far away from the ocean as physically possible in the One Piece world, and they are known for their fire-related abilities which probably don't do well in water. Lo and behold, a devil fruit's single greatest weakness is likewise the sea. Finally, they were known as gods and have heavy referential connections with Lucifer, also known as the devil, another biblical character. He's often described as a former angel of the highest rank, known as a seraphim, who is later cast down from heaven. He is commonly depicted with black wings and resides in a fiery hell, and it is this same devil who tempts Eve to eat the forbidden fruit in the first place. All thematic and visual associations we can easily make with the Lunarian race, so if there's anyone responsible for the creation of devil fruits, then these guys fit the bill. Does this mean that Oda is saying that the devil is good or something? No, I think this is a classic case of don't judge a book by its cover. They're the exact opposite of the celestial dragons. The world nobles are supposed to be the most holy and godlike of people. They are supposed to be worshipped and held in high regard, and yet they are some of the most ugly, cruel, ungodly abominations in the entire story.
No. You hear Hidden breaking his script, his dialogue, laughing. I know why. It's because in my video he was reacting to it and I just went off on that, and he's just like, yo, that's so out of pocket. And he's just like, you could hear him breaking out in laughter here. He's probably remembering. I think Tachi also edited like ugly ass folk instead of. Did I actually write that in my script? I'm so out of pocket sometimes. Yo, you didn't need to, hidden. Why are you being so rude right now? They're not that bad. We accept all people here. Your video is so rude.
Conversely, despite possessing the outward appearance of devils and likely being misrepresented as monsters, are actually not the real villains. It's a twist on the classic good versus evil formula, where in this case the gods are evil and the enemies of the gods are the heroes. In light of some recent information regarding Gear 5, I think it's even more likely now that Nika was one of these Lunarians and thus was largely responsible for the making of devil fruits. Nika and the Lunarians were both known as gods, had white hair, their bodies generate fire, they're highly resilient, have heavy associations with the moon, and were introduced in the very same arc. It also helps that Oda recently chose to draw a young version of King holding a familiar-looking spear. Nika, being such an important figure in the Void Century, was probably the leader of the Lunarians, and a big reason I think so is the lack of wings in Luffy's Nika transformation. Most, if not all, the sky races originated on the moon, if this cover story is anything to go by. Lunarians especially, since their name literally means moon people. If the Lunarians had a similar societal structure to the other people of the sky, then it's possible they also referred to their leader as a god, or for our purposes here, a sun god. In the biblical source material, it helps to know that God is not depicted with wings, only his angels are. Oda has recognized this because the gods of other sky races such as Enel and Gonfall likewise did not possess wings. Nika may lack them for similar reasons.
That makes sense.
Building off this concept that Nika and the Lunarians did create devil fruits, the greater question is why? Why make devil fruits? A big issue that has left people guessing stems from the fact that devil fruits by nature are a very magical element of the One Piece world, but oftentimes we only consider things magical because we don't fully understand them. If we try and reframe devil fruits as a form of technology or a tool that was utilized by the Lunarians, it may help us narrow down the reasons. We don't know a lot about this lost Lunarian civilization, but I think we have enough information to make some inferences. We know for certain that there's a connection between the winged sky races, and while we don't know a lot about this specific type, we do know a lot about the others. The others that we've seen are structured around the worship of deities, the Skypians and their god, and the Shandians with their various gods, in which the sun god is directly referenced. But how does this tell us the reason devil fruits were made? Well, if we continue these parallels, Skypians, another winged race, were known for having a unique technology not present anywhere else in the world below. Empty, spiral-shaped shells known as dials, used for the storage of energy and matter. These can only be found in the sky, and thus are a rare and valuable technology to the people of the blue sea below. But for Skypians, dials are just a daily matter-of-fact thing. They only got these dial shells because they washed up on their shores from the White Sea, but Lunarians, by contrast, did not live in the sky. They lived on top of the red line. There were no shores there, no clouds to swim in, no shells, and no dials. So they didn't have this spectacular technology that the Sky People did. Lunarians had to rely on different technology than the others, and luckily they were in possession of something else, something that was inversely incredibly rare and valuable to the people of the sky. Verth. And not just some Verth, they lived on top of a whole wall of it. Using all these various details, along with some external connections, I'm going to try and prove to you that Lunarian society was largely built around the science of botany, or the study of plants. Let's start with the simplest reason. These guys...
I know Hayden probably didn't bring it up. Simplest reason. Vanderdecken is a mushroom, Zoro is a plant. Alright, it's Raps, Crocus is a flower. That one's just canon. There are plant people in the verse. I mean, there's going to be some interesting things here. I've highlighted botany on my channel. The tree, the forest of ancestors holding souls. You know, just want to point that out there. I imagine that's something that Hidden's going to bring up. But guys, don't sleep on the theories with the Zoro's a plant, bro. It's coming soon to a store near you.
Established their kingdom on top of a massive wall of Verth. What is Verth, or dirt, good for? What else besides growing plants? It's one of the major plot elements of Skypiea, and if we take a look at the Noland flashback, we'll find a lot of emphasis placed on botany. Noland himself was a botanist, and the Shandians considered certain trees to be sacred. But this emphasis on the importance of plants and nature does not stop here. It's commonly thought that Skypiea is a microcosm for the story of One Piece at large, but there's another arc that commonly gets this microcosm label. Dressrosa, which also features a unique and ancient race of people with obvious connections to botany. The Tontada, who live on Greenbit, also, interestingly enough, have a direct connection back to Mont Blanc Noland, and in both Noland-related societies, they lived in villages in the jungle.
No, that was such a clean edit. Did Hidden make that, or is that in the anime? What?
Also, interestingly enough, have a direct connection back to Mont Blanc
right?
Noland. And in both Noland-related societies, they lived in villages in the jungle, essentially, and faced subjugation
Zoro
from another outside
yep,
force.
Edward.
There's a constant connection in One Piece between the science of plants, the pursuit of truth,
and
the subsequent suppression of knowledge by a greater power. And there's a notable emphasis placed on the beauty and importance of nature, and trees in particular, throughout the story. Whether it's Luffy promising to show Shirahoshi a real forest one day, or massive civilization spanning tree number 135 on Zou. The scholars of Ohara, for example, also based all their research in a giant tree and were led by a professor literally named after a plant. Chopper spent his 2-year time skip on Torino Kingdom, where he met an advanced tribal civilization established around a giant tree who possessed highly advanced medical knowledge due to their extensive study of plants.
I would be on
this
Torino
place,
Kingdom,
also known as a treasure island, is not free from the cycle either, as the people who live here can't pursue their research fully because of their conflict with the birds who rule over this island from above. One of the oldest races in One Piece, the Giants, are first encountered on Little Garden, and their homeland, Elbaf, likely also possesses a giant tree. Hell, I've spoken before about how Logia literally means language of the gods, and Ryokugyu straight up refers to the ability of plants and nature as quote-unquote pure Logia. If all this is not enough to be convinced that botany is highly important to One Piece, let me ask you a question. Before reading this story, have you ever heard of a pirate ship that had trees on it? We always talk about how the Thousand Sunny's ship design symbolizes the dawn, but what about the orchard that's growing on the back of it? The protagonist of our story, Joy Boy himself, rides a ship that has literal trees growing fruits in the back. Thing is, Oda's shown us that while the Skypians' technology is impressive and while the Shandians have an immense hoard of gold, the thing that they both regard as most valuable is Verth, purely because of its capacity for growing things, and all the various civilizations that tie back to the Void Century or possess societal advance tend to place a heavy importance on trees. The Skypians made do through their use of dials, but if all this is to be believed, then the Lunarians didn't need dials. If their civilization was built around their own massive tree, the Sunlight Tree,
I don't even remember
they
that
may have
scene
used
in
its
the
fruits
anime.
for a similar purpose.
That's such a
for
good
storage
scene.
of energy, and the spirals found on both devil fruits and dials might be an intentional visual parallel. Looking at the Lunarians in the context of botanists, suddenly the olive branch tattooed on King's face feels a lot more significant. And if I'm right about the straw hat being the crown of the sun god, an idea I brought up in my last mega theory, then how appropriate that it's a crown not made out of gold, but out of plants instead. Another big convincing factor for me is
Which
this
is something
running
I brought up on
symbolism
my
of
channel
snakes
as
and
well,
serpents being
because
used in the story.
hidden,
Not
meaning
only does it
talked.
frequently come up in reference to Luffy, but also in reference to the other ancient races of One Piece. Hell, the Sea Kings themselves, one of the ancient weapons essentially, are almost all serpent-like in shape. And yet again, if we look at our foreshadowy friends over in Chandora, we'll find that they also worship a massive snake. In the real world, throughout various civilizations, religions, and cultures, snakes were worshipped as divine or godlike creatures, most commonly being associated with two important things: good harvest, and you guessed it, the sun. Want an example? Well, look at the ancient Egyptians. The pharaohs of ancient Egypt were thought to be sons of Ra, the sun god of Egypt. And when you look at the crowns that the pharaohs wore, it wouldn't be uncommon to see a snake or a cobra featured prominently on the front of the crown. Cobras were the symbol of royalty there because of their associations with the sun god. Man, this is directly referenced in One Piece. The One Piece version of Egypt, Alabasta, is ruled over by King Cobra. Nefertari was the name of a real Egyptian queen, so as far as I can tell, Oda knows exactly what he's doing here. Here's another example. Do you recognize this symbol? The rod of Asclepius is the symbol of medicine used worldwide, and it comes from Greek mythology. This rod was gifted to Asclepius, the god of medicine, by his father Apollo, the Greek god of the sun. So not only is the serpent here in a completely different mythology being symbolically associated with the sun, but with herbs and medicines as well. Now, I know some of you are grumbling out there like, oh, I don't know, I don't think Oda knows all this, but, the important takeaway here is that the association between snakes and plants and medicines and so on is a common thing in human history, and as far as medicine goes, its symbology is known worldwide. Also worth pointing out is the version used in the United States possesses two snakes as well as a pair of wings. For these reasons, I think that much like how a wolf is the guardian spirit of Wano and a falcon is the guardian spirit of Alabasta, a serpent may have been the guardian spirit of the ancient kingdom. People have compared Drum Island with its 20 doctors to the ancient kingdom and the 20 kings. If what I'm saying is true about Nika's kingdom of Lunarians being botanists or doctors, why the hell not, represented by the serpent, then the symbology fits together so perfectly. What about how this literal snake woman wants to marry our modern day Joy Boy? What about the Nika fruit having a transformation called Snake Man? King, the one Lunarian we met in the entire story so far, answers to no one but Kaido, whose devil fruit turns him into a big ass snake. What about how the Red Line itself, the Lunarian homeland, is referred to by giants as the Great Serpent soaked in blood? The list can go on and on. The point of all this is that the symbolism between serpents, plants, and sun gods are not only present throughout our world, but in the world of One Piece itself. They have heavy associations with Nika and the Lunarians by extension. These connections are so abundant that I can't help but think it's intentional to some degree. Maybe this is still kind of a stretch for you, and that's okay. But if you believe that the Eve tree can be the devil fruit tree, then you have to acknowledge that the biblical connections are being intentionally made by Oda. So let me ask you, we know that, at least visually, Lunarians and Seraphims take some inspiration from the story of the real-life devil, and the devil was a major character in the Garden of Eden story, taking the form of a serpent. If their society was built around this tree, inspired by the story of Adam and Eve, does that not make their kingdom the Garden of Eden? Does it not make the people who lived in the garden, those who made the devil's fruit, the serpent?
Yo, his editing is so cracked right now. What are we talking about? That ancient kingdom
I
was so
spent
simple.
quite a lot of time
It looks
thinking
so
about
cool.
this idea, a civilization of angels centered around botany who lived on top of the Red Line. And then it hit me. Why is it the Red Line? What if the Red Line was, a long time ago, actually the Green Line? What if it was a massive continent stretching around most of the world, covered in lush greenery, fruits, flowers, life of all kinds, forests and jungles, farms and orchards, a true Garden of Eden? The Lunarians likely came, along with the other sky races, down to the Earth because they ran out of resources on the moon. And while the others landed in the clouds on their balloons or whatever, the Lunarians might have landed in the best spot, a mountain of Verth. And so they began to cultivate the land. Their ability to use botany pushed them far beyond the other civilizations in the One Piece world. Instead of wasting time on human sacrifices to appease the gods, the Lunarians became the gods. Just like Nolan didn't rely on their snake as a god, but regarded it as an equal part of nature. Through his help, the Shandians became their own god, their own serpent, and used the power of science to push ahead. This is why Nolan is so damn important. When he spoke of progress, of how many years of research and how many lives it took to create the modern marvels of science, he embodied the Lunarian will and demonstrated to the Shandians what progress really is. He showed them that they can accomplish great things all by themselves and push them forward into a new era. funny symbolism going on that after they met Noland, they were all propelled back into the sky. People always try to find where the Emerald City idea fits into One Piece. And I'm sorry to burst your bubble, but I don't think there is a literal Emerald City. But maybe the Lunarian Kingdom, up on the Green Line, was once an Emerald City of sorts. After all, the point of the Emerald City in the original Wizard of Oz book was that it was actually completely normal and only perceived as made of emeralds because the Wizard of Oz gave everyone green-tinted glasses. In the book, he did this because before he built the city, when he first landed in Oz with his hot air balloon, the first thing he noticed was how green and pleasant the land was. All of his magical feats were essentially just placebo effects meant to make people find happiness.
I need to know how many takes it took to get that cough. I've tried to do that in my scripts sometimes, and it just never sounds great.
Landed in Oz with his hot air balloon, the first thing he noticed was how green and pleasant the land was. All of his magical feats were essentially just placebo effects meant to make people find happiness on their own instead of spending their days wishing for it. In other words, the moral of the story with the Emerald City is that you have everything you need within yourself to be happy. Noland, in this case, was the wizard for the Shandian people, and the Lunarians may have been the wizard as well, for their own era. He made them believe in themselves rather than some fictional gods. The Green Line may have been an Emerald City, not made of literal treasure, but instead of the treasures of nature. After Noland heals the village from their so-called curse, we see a shot of an empty sacrificial altar beneath a full moon. Gone are the days of human sacrifices. Onward with the future. The symbolism in this one panel speaks for itself. Noland rests in a shack while the village elder looks up at the moon. Once again, redirecting our attention there. And back outside, everyone is happy, silhouetted against the moonlight, dancing the night away. It's not simply the fact that Oda keeps bringing up these same themes and ideas in conjunction with each other, but it's moments like this where he places a clear, multi-panel emphasis on the moon that has me buying into this line of thinking. So if the red line was the green line, then what the hell happened? Why is it red now? It's confirmed currently all the forest and plant life in Marijois is artificial, so clearly something's up with the dirt. I think it may be because the earth on the red line is currently dried out. If the soil is too dry, plants can't grow. How does soil become dry? Well, one way that happens is if it doesn't rain for a long time. One of the first cities the Straw Hats arrive at in Alabasta is called Arumalu. It was, until recently, known as the Green City for its abundant plant life, but after Crocodile began using dance powder, it stopped raining there and the city completely dried up. Well, one thing I've noticed about Marijois in the current timeline is that it never seems to rain up there. In fact, it never seems to be anything up there besides daytime. Almost every time Marijois has appeared, it's been broad daylight out. Maybe, here and there it's obscured by some mystery, you can't see this yet fog, but we've never seen it at night and we've never seen it rain, even when it's nighttime elsewhere in the same chapter. This wouldn't be suspect if not for Ennius Lobby, which is confirmed to be stuck in daytime permanently. It's called...
Because I mentioned this part I mentioned in my Void Century video, but that's a really cracked detail right there. He just said... What did he say? He said...
Almost every time Marijois has appeared, it's been broad daylight out. Maybe, here and there it's obscured by some mystery, you can't see this yet fog, but we've never seen it at night and we've never seen it rain, even when it's nighttime elsewhere in the...
About Omyo... Wait, did he take them out too? No, it's the middle of the night right now, so they're asleep. Is this anytime he's sleeping? Wake them up. Wake up all the guards who are asleep on the main island. Okay, so this is Enni's lobby. Huh. Enni's lobby is interesting too because it's never night. Oh, wow. Now I'm going to go back to the... That's a really interesting thing. If it's never night on Marijois, and it can be proven by, geographical ties of nighttime. Huh. Interesting.
The same chapter.
Let me see. Do it like you're clearing your throat. Yeah, it still always ends up sounding awkward. Record that cough. It was the one you were searching for. I just end up using... Hidden Island's cough in my videos, so that'd be pretty fun. He has a good grasp in symbology and good presentation, but some of the connections are a pretty big leap. I think also it helps if you watch some of his other videos too, because Hidden Island has a primary focus on just making theories that he 100% believes in essentially, and he ends up making mega theories, and so with his mega theories you could call them like Super Saiyan 2 Omega theories because they all combine and they're really cool. Hueco Mundo Fake Sky Las Noches. Enni's lobby is an interesting place, and he's about to bring it up. I bring it up in my video too. I might have figured out. So now that the video's dropped, what my idea was, and it's not a full theory yet. That's why I didn't include in the video. But let's say the original Joy Boy or Nika was the one who brings the dawn, and by that meaning I mean like literally, like he's always like light always shines on Nika, which is a problem, right? Because it's like anything, too much of anything could be a bad thing. So if it was always daytime, always light around Nika, it might be the same thing where it's like, you know, on Winter Island you can't fall asleep, right? So or people on a Winter Island don't go to sleep or something like that, and then Blackbeard can't sleep or something like that. And so the original Joy Boy Nika might have had that issue in reverse. And then I was thinking like, damn, what if Nika was held in prison at the bottom of Eni's lobby and he's just sitting there, and that's why it's never night. So I you'll see in my Void Sentry video, I like talk about it, but I don't say explicitly that theory, because then I would need to explain that. But yeah, like Nika could be just at the bottom of Eni's lobby, and that's why it's always daytime there, because Nika is there. Like the original Joy Boy is there. It's just being suppressed by the ocean water or something like that. And then the other idea is that when a sun dies, it turns into a black hole. So wherever Nika died, maybe it's just sitting there absorbing everything, so that water at Eni's lobby is just getting absorbed by Nika. So when sun god Nika died, it turned into black hole Joy Boy or something. That's definitely on a website. You know, don't link me. Don't have me. You guys know what I mean. But yeah, ParVision said it's easy to understand. He reached in. Oh, it's not propaganda. It's more so if Hidden Island were, if the thing is like, this is a thing for, this is the reason why my videos are super long too. It's like, when you make a video, his video is 53 minutes, and I'm sure he wanted to include much more, but then you're looking at an hour 30 minute video, and so it's like I kind of have to skip through some things to get to the main point, right? And you never know which points are what people need for it. You kind of have to take your educated guess as the creator, because as a creator you know all the things and you have to make the leaps for the viewer sometimes. And that's where some theories miss out, because they make a leap at a place where it's really crucial to not make a leap. But I don't think Hidden Island's doing too much of that, at least for me, because I know a lot of the context. Like most of the stuff right now, it's like on the bar here. Sun God and King of Hell, Devil Fruit, and a plant. Yeah. Is it night at Fishman Island? Technically, the light does go out, right? Huh. I didn't even think about that. The Eve tree sleeps. It has to. Black hole, Joy Boy, or Yami Yami no Mi. Yeah, one way or the other. If the hole goes across the world, light would pass through from the other side. Yeah, I mean, well, let's hope that the Earth isn't donutted. That'd be kind of crazy. So Gary, you know all the things about the metal. Oh no. Our weak sun can't turn into a black hole. Only the sun is powerful enough. Oh yeah, because ours is like a red giant. You need bigger than a red giant, right? Or something. Or like, wait, our sun's not a red giant, right? It's like a dwarf or something like that. I don't remember. I don't remember the sun class. I watched the video on it, but that's what made me realize our sun's like fodder. Shoot with a black hole at sucking up water. At one point, the full bath will be drained if you unplug it. Where will the new water come from? So that is skydiving face nice name. Skydiving face collapse. Great name. In my video, I pointed out like, if Eni's lobby is the drain, then is Wano the faucet? Because Wano is so weird because we don't get an understanding where the water comes from. It's just like permanent water just overflowing out of the caldera, and it's like we given no explanation of how the water becomes fresh, where that water comes from. That could honestly be the ancient weapon, and I talk about that a little bit. But and then there's like the reverse mountain too. Reverse mountain, it's like the water goes up towards something. It's a lot of interesting things. But your point is still valid. Like we don't have an explanation of where that water comes from, where it goes, all that stuff. Weak light can never transcend darkness. Yep, father son. Mid country. Okay, I was about to read this comment. Vivi was like, buy viewers, followers, and primes on NewYorkFollow.com. Like, I was like, damn, what a crazy, I can buy viewers. The feeling Did Lulusia Kingdom do for Emu? Doesn't wipe them out, but Ohara only gets a buster call. So some people are coming to understanding that maybe Emu didn't have access to the weapon on when Ohara happened, and maybe Ohara was the reason why they instigated the weapon, and that lends itself to the idea that maybe the weapon that took out Lulusia was made by Vegapunk, which would make sense in the timeline because after Ohara was when like Vegapunk really apparently got involved with the thing. Wait, Eric? Wait, where's Eric in the YouTube chat? Eric, type in the chat. I didn't realize you were modded here. Oh, the fuck. There's so many different ones. The feeling when that's the TFW. Be lenient with me, Kyoka. A lot of water and gravity stuff now that I think about it. Wano, knock upstream, reverse. Exactly. One day. Vibhav. Hey, Parv. If the devil fruits are technology, are the reasons users can't swim is because they're like electronic devices? It doesn't have to be exactly like that. There could be other reasons why it doesn't work. I don't know. I think it's more so like nature meets technology, and so like they created nature using technology. So I don't know if that's the exact thing, but I know Dill. I explained that out loud. That's why when he said TF, I read the feeling, and I was just like, wait. Blackbeard gonna knock up. All right. You know what? We're gonna continue on with Hidden Islands mega theory.
This wouldn't be suspect if not for Ennius Lobby, which is confirmed to be stuck in daytime permanently. It's called a Never Night Island and remains sunny even during storms. It also mysteriously has a massive hole in the ocean, and considering what Eam just did to Lulusia, I think we can infer that the big-ass hole and the incredibly unnatural sunlight thing are related. If the world government destroyed the Lunarians and established Marijois in their former homeland, it's possible that this same weapon was used to wipe them out. Some massive beam that vaporized the life on top of the wall and made it permanently sunny there. Thus, no more rain and no more green. The Eve tree is the only one that could have survived because its roots are long enough to reach the ocean. It doesn't need rain because it has ocean water below, but new and smaller plants are not capable of that. Thus, all the plants there now have to be artificial. Interestingly, there is some fitting symbolism that can arise from this. Green is a color often associated with peace, nature, and progress, but red is the color of blood, limitations, and mistakes. Through this act of bloodshed, progress in the world came to a halt. The green line became
Hidden Island. I don't know if you'll ever end up seeing this, but I talked to Chrissy because actually on stream today she put out a theory. She hopped in to say her theory, but she clarified it wasn't like a full-fledged one. But she believes that all the plants in the One Piece verse, I might be wrong, might be misquoting, are manufactured essentially. Were man-made, and I wasn't in long enough to hear everything, but if I were to just put a little bit of my inference here, I would go along like I think the world government accidentally like wiped out everything, had to recreate stuff or something like that. So not exactly sure what's happening here. Also, what is Dale? What are you linking in the thing? Don't spam like a giant link like that in the thing, because I don't want that to like show up on the stream. Let's see. I was there for Chrissy's stream. Yeah. I know. Maybe you remember it better. I was like in and out. Should watch the scene where Robin asked Rayleigh about the Void Century, where the interesting details like wind. There's some interesting details like wind and the sun blocking and leaves falling. Ooh, I gotta check that out then. Yeah, Del, I'm just saying with like in terms of the links, just that's why I don't generally link too many things in the streams. Let's see. Wano was filled up by rainwater, I think. Yeah, it was. You've been voluntold? Voluntold? Wait, what? Volunteered. ASAP Peach, what's up? Loki looking more and more interesting for sure.
red, and later known to others like the Giants as the Great Serpent covered in blood. Doesn't this make some sense? The world nobles think their bloodline makes them superior to others, so they separated themselves from the people and now live on top of a literal, massive bloodline wrapped around the world and controlling the people within it. Sometimes I don't know if I'm reaching or Oda is just laughing at us, but either way, this gives Joy Boy plenty of reason to come and break it later, fulfilling the prophecy of Fishman Island.
Hey guys, it's me. I am in post-production right now, so I apologize if the audio is a little bit different. So I finished writing the script before Chapter 1065 came out in the One Piece manga, and there were some juicy bits of information in there that I feel would be criminal not to include anywhere in this video, so we're going to quickly just go over that, more specifically in reference to the Seraphims, how they mentioned something in this chapter about them having green blood. Now, I'm not sure if Lunarians had green blood. We didn't get that indication from King when Zoro fought him and clearly injured him. But, if the Lunarians or the original Lunarian society, maybe there was something with green blood related to them or how devil fruits were made or whatever, I think this just serves to support the theory that I've been building so far, as well as, helps with the imagery that I was talking about of the green line becoming the red line. The bloodline of those who ruled the world shifting from those with green blood to normal humans with red blood, and the red line itself changed to physically reflect that. And as for the question that I'm going to be bringing up later in this video about Vegapunk, whether or not Vegapunk knows anything about the Ancient Kingdom or has figured some of this stuff out, I believe that, with the artificial sun stuff and the lore about Egghead Island, it's pretty clear that Vegapunk has figured some stuff out about the Ancient Kingdom. So I just wanted to bring this up because I feel like as of the new chapter, this theory is even stronger, and I wanted to put those details at least somewhere in here to kind of make a note and point out that yes, the green blood stuff does play into this. I do think it's significant, and I think that we're going to learn some of these connections very, very
I wasn't
soon.
ready for
Anyway,
that fourth
back to
wall
the video.
break.
Hope you
Where
guys
he's just
are
like, "Hey guys, it's me." I was like, "Hidden? A song of song? Ooh.
Now's the
Song
time
of Souls.
where I explain what I think the recipe for a
This
devil
is-
fruit actually is. I
this
tried
is
to
the
establish
heat.
earlier
This
that
is
Nika
the-
may have been largely responsible for their creation, but if he
We
was,
warm
then
things
how
up.
exactly did it go
It
down?
got hot, it
How
got
did he
spicy.
turn a normal fruit into a devil fruit? What made his process different from the failed processes
Come
of
on,
Caesar
baby,
and
come on.
Vegapunk? To grow a devil
What are we
fruit, you can
saying?
assume, like with any other fruit, that you need water and sunlight. But there must be a third ingredient besides water and sunlight that makes these fruits contain special powers. The artificial devil fruits created by Caesar missed the mark because they utilized lineage factor as the third ingredient to combine people and animals. But the result is not quite how zone fruits work, and the user has no ability to change their form. Probably because their lineage factor, or DNA, is permanently spliced with the DNA of another living creature. Since only living things possess DNA, only artificial zone devil fruits can be made using this method. We haven't seen any artificial Logias or Paramecias. So if DNA only covers living things, what could you put in a devil fruit that covers all the various powers and transformations and elements that we've seen? The simple answer is a soul. Now, some people might jump at this and say, well, I thought souls only come from living things. Well, not in every culture, and more importantly, not in Japanese culture. Not all things possess DNA, but in the real-world Shinto religion, the most popular religion in Japan, there is a belief that a soul resides within all living things, living or not. This is not a foreign concept to One Piece, a Japanese
Mr.
manga, as
Rubik's.
Brook and Big Mom show us plain and simple that souls and
Appreciate
spirits
you.
do in fact exist, because things like the Klabauterman and the Cursed Swords show us that spirits do in fact reside in inanimate objects. It's already proven. Leaves and rocks are said to have a breath in them, and the poneglyphs straight up spoke to Roger. Everything has a soul, and this concept is reflected in One Piece through the true missing third ingredient of devil fruits, the voice of all things. This would explain why no one has been able to create true devil fruits in all these years, because an extremely small minority of characters in the series know about the voice of all things, let alone understand it. Voice and soul are used interchangeably in the story, and there's no better example of this than with Mother Carmel, who literally uses the soul fruit to, quote, give a voice to a raging fire. She even attributes her miracle to a mysterious sun god, further adding credence to the idea that Nika is in part responsible for her devil fruit powers. What about the Three-Eye Tribe? Maybe the reason they're said to be able to read the poneglyphs is because their third eye allows them to see these voices. The third eye in our world is often thought to allow people to see into the spirit world. The voice of all things are something that most people can't see or hear or interact with, and the existence of the Third Eye Tribe might solidify the concept that the barrier between worlds, between people and the voice of all things, is one of a spiritual nature, and there's a good chance those same spirits and voices were used by the Lunarians in special ways. So my hypothesis from all this is that Nika took the voice of all things and somehow placed these souls or part of them into the Eve tree, which then formed into various devil fruits.
through the light that courses through the tree, coursed all the voice of all things, and created all these different various special devil fruits, animals, elements, concepts, properties, people. Using the inner voice of each, Nika made everything its own respective fruit, even himself. And when you look at how souls are depicted in One Piece, complete with that little swirl you see on devil fruits, this seems to fit. I mentioned earlier how the devil fruit tree takes inspiration from the story of Adam and Eve. One thing I didn't mention was that there are two special trees in the Garden of Eden. The one they ate from with the forbidden fruit is called the Tree of Knowledge of Good and Evil, which can also be translated as the Tree of Knowledge of Everything. Voice of all things, knowledge of all things, fits so far, right? However, there's another tree in the garden that I didn't talk about much in my last devil fruit video. That would be the Tree of Life, also known in some Jewish versions of the story as the Tree of Souls. The souls of everyone and everything who ever lived or will live grow on this tree, and when they die, their souls fall from the tree into a place called the Chamber of Guff. It is known as the Treasury of Souls, located in 7th Heaven. Side note, check out this vault located directly beneath Eames' Garden of Eden, featuring 7 doors. I know it's kind of a loose connection, but then again, I'm afraid to write anything off completely. It is said that the world will end when the last soul descends from the Tree of Souls, and that makes me wonder if a similar reason in One Piece might explain why Eam is checking on this vault or treasury. Will their world also end once the last devil fruit surfaces? If Nika made the devil fruits and also made himself into a devil fruit, then logically he has to have been the last devil fruit ever to have been made. In other words, Luffy's fruit is probably the last devil fruit ever created, and it was ever since this final fruit was eaten by Luffy 800 years later that the world began to turn on its head. Maybe the Eve tree is not only the Tree of Knowledge, but a reference to the Tree of Souls as well. This is where this theory will deviate from my original, because at the time of that video, we didn't know yet that the Gum Gum fruit was actually the Zoan fruit of Nika. But now that we know a real-life figure from the Void Century somehow exists within a devil fruit, it all but confirms that souls, voices, whatever you want to call them, are the missing piece, and that Nika had some kind of involvement. In my opinion, this all points to devil fruits being some form of ancient technology. Devil fruits can be seen as a symbol for inherited will and function based on that principle, so it's very possible that the dial technology was a parallel to devil fruits, particularly in their function, the storage of matter and energy. Just like how some dials were used to store literal voices, the Lunarians found a way to take someone or something's spiritual voice and store it inside fruits. And so, we get devil fruits, inherited will given form. If you're looking for an in-depth explanation on why devil fruits might lose their functionality in the water, I'd recommend checking out my last devil fruit theory. I don't have too much more to add here, especially since I've restructured how I think the fruits were made, but a new idea that came to mind with this soul theory is the contrast between the ocean and the spirit world. Ryokugyu acknowledges that the forest is a cradle of life, but it is only secondary when compared to the ocean. The ocean is truly where all life began. It is the true cradle of life. Life starts in the sea, so maybe one reason that devil fruit users sink is because the power of life in water is too overpowering or heavy for the spirits inside. That being in water drowns out the voice of your fruit. We've seen that devil fruit users get tired once they fall into the ocean, so maybe an alternative is that the soul of their devil fruit falls asleep once they return to the sea. The ocean, while a cradle of life, can also be seen as a resting place for souls. Things like Davy Jones' locker come to mind here, so perhaps when you're submerged in water, the soul or voice within you begins to fall asleep and rest, because the ocean doesn't kill the devil fruit power itself, it kills the user for not being able to breathe underwater. But we've seen that if a creature can breathe, all that's happening is a part of their physical body goes into a dormant state. Maybe this is also the same reason why Pluton is said to be resting beneath a submerged Wano. When the water is removed, maybe it will stop resting, maybe Pluton will presumably become active again and its spirit will reawaken. I think the reasoning behind this is the same reasoning behind how devil fruits and water are correlated. Or maybe I was right about the light thing last video, who knows, but let's move on. Anyway, now for the big question. If Nika was...
Are we gonna breeze by that? The way he framed that with Wano, it almost made it sound like Pluton is a song. Wait, that would be kind of crazy if Pluton was just a song. Like, wait, hold on. There's no way. Like, if you... Like, because, yeah, he was talking about the devil fruit thing. Pluton being a devil fruit, whatever, power related to it. What if it was crazier than that? What if it was just like a song? Like, you just unbreak the walls and then the water leaves and then you just hear on blast the most obnoxious song in the world. Makes you go crazy. I don't know. Interesting. It's just a random thought that came to my mind. There's nothing more than that, but let's keep watching.
The one who created devil fruits, then how did he take the voices or souls from one thing and put them into another thing? The answer is, in my opinion, music.
Is it a coincidence, then, that the final moments of the Rumbar Pirates were recorded and preserved inside of a tone dial? Is it unintentional that Luffy placed such a heavy importance upon recruiting a musician as far back as East Blue? Is it also just happenstance that Nika is likewise heavily associated with music and the rhythmic beating of drums? See, Brook and Big Mom don't just prove to us that souls are a real thing in One Piece, they prove to us that souls can be manipulated by music. Brook's Soul King powers come in part from his musical performances, and he states that during his 2-year training arc, he learned how to use his music to influence and rock the souls of others.
Where was okay, my soul must expend an enormous amount of energy, almost that of a living body. Wait, where was this panel? I needed this for my last video. Damn it. I mean, I'm going to need this for a future video. But playing, I can... Okay, so this is at Sabaody then. Okay, alright. Keeping that in mind.
Big Mom is frequently seen performing musical numbers with her homies, and it is during these sequences that she seems even more in control of their behavior. They all sing to her tune. Here's more fuel to the fire. The Shandian people held a belief dating back to the Void Century that their ancestors' souls resided in the trees of their island, and they are guided to those trees from the afterlife by the sound of the Great Bell. An outright example in the story of music guiding souls into trees, and it is in direct reference to an ancient civilization that was allied with the ancient kingdom. What's crazy about this whole idea is that it's not even unique to One Piece. While it isn't proven, there is a commonly held belief out there that music helps plants grow. The combination of music and botany is not...
I'm going to rewind a little bit because we're getting to my favorite parts of the theory, the plant stuff. I mean, the music... Oh, wait, Hidden, were you here where I just said the... I mean, that's a dumb idea. Don't rewind. Don't rewind. It was a dumb idea. Please don't rewind. It was just a thought that just came out. But yeah, I need to get an uptime. You're right. I need to do that on Twitch. Let's see. The walls break down and you hear killers laugh on full blast. That's crazy. Hope you had a good stream, Hidden. Yeah, we watched Dak's video. Then we had a full discussion. Like Brago came in, Virgo came in. We had a few people in here. But Pluton's a song. Okay, Pluton. Let's not. It was just okay. So the way you framed the conversation in earlier, it was like, the songs being inhibited by the water, and then that tying the devil fruits. But then you said with the Pluton stuff, it being underwater, it being to rest. I was like, wait, if you cleared out the water, does a song just play? Is Pluton just a song? That'd be kind of crazy, right? You mean the horrible song idea you had with... Hey, Eric, you just got modded on YouTube. Let's simmer down. Hello? I can slander myself all I want, but I don't know about you. Now Pluton... Yeah. So it was an interesting thought. Let's see. Now I have a choice I'm keeping. It's pretty funny. Not sure how... Oh, the other part. I saw the joke. It was a chuckle one. Not the idea being horrible. The horrible song idea. Wait, what did you... No, I was saying that music can influence souls or voices and that water drowns those same voices out. No, I know that. But what I mean is when you said this here, I'll just rewind it. It was this part. And I was just like...
Ocean, while a cradle of life, can also be seen as a resting place for souls. Things like Davy Jones' locker.
I like how it's just in this panel, I took off my pants.
Come to mind here. So perhaps when you're submerged in water, the soul or voice within you begins to fall asleep and rest. Because the ocean doesn't kill the devil fruit power itself, it kills the user for not being able to breathe underwater. But we've seen that if a creature can breathe, all that's happening is a part of their physical body goes into a dormant state. Maybe this is also the same reason why Pluton is said to be resting beneath a submerged Wano. When the water is removed, maybe it will stop resting. Maybe Pluton will presumably become active again.
So I know that you were saying this is in the context of the devil fruit and the soul and the thing. I was saying that if maybe Pluton just cuts through and is a direct one. That's why it's an ancient weapon level thing where its voice is being smothered by the water that's on top of it. So breaking the walls and unleashing. You know what I think about? Caldera is actually a really good when you make an at-home music thing, you stick your phone in a cup or whatever, and then it's just on blast. Technically, the Caldera is actually a great. Oh no, this still has. I need to wash this cup. It's still low key. It's a speaker. I was saying it was just an idea that it was gonna be a horrible song after Pluton. Yeah. That Pluton was this obnoxious song. But yeah. It still has what? Wait, what did I say? I was definitely saying some out of pocket things. I keep mishearing Hidden say maybe Pluton as baby Pluton. Appreciate the shout out, Hidden, all the love. Oh yeah, it does sound like that. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Par chatting? Wait. Oh, the thing. Yeah, that's literally me. Don't worry about Vipov. Ask me later. I see. That would be wild. Honestly, not off the table. Yeah, I mean, and you know, like no spoilers for Film Red, the music stuff, but you could see how that would kind of like, you know, that would be a way to defeat something. You know, I would pour water. I mean, that goes back to the draft. That's why I have Zunisha just pour water on everything, right? So, but yeah, all right, let's continue down. And the other thing is, I don't know if we got to this part yet, but you know, I see the section. We'll let it play through, and then I'll say it.
And its spirit will reawaken. I think the reasoning behind this is the same reasoning behind how devil fruits and water are correlated. Or maybe I was right about the light thing last video, who knows, but let's move on. Anyway, now for the big question. If Nika was the one who created devil fruits, then how did he take the voices or souls from one thing and put them into another thing? The answer is, in my opinion, music. Is it a coincidence, then, that the final moments of the Rumbar Pirates were recorded and preserved inside of a tone dial? Is it unintentional that Luffy placed such a heavy importance upon recruiting a musician as far back as East Blue? Is it also just happenstance that Nika is likewise heavily associated with music and the rhythmic beating of drums? See, Brook and Big Mom don't just prove to us that souls are a real thing in One Piece. They prove to us that souls can be manipulated by music. Brook's Soul King powers come in part from his musical performances, and he states that during his 2-year training arc he learned how to use his music to influence and rock the souls of others. Big Mom is frequently seen performing musical numbers with her homies, and it is during these sequences that she seems even more in control of their behavior. They all sing to her tune. Here's more fuel to the fire. The Shan people held a belief dating back to the Void Century that their ancestors' souls resided in the trees of their island, and they are guided to those trees from the afterlife by the sound of the Great Bell. An outright example in the story of music guiding souls into trees, and it is in direct reference to an ancient civilization that was allied with the ancient kingdom. What's crazy about this whole idea is that it's not even unique to One Piece. While it isn't proven, there is a commonly held belief out there that music helps plants grow. The combination of music and botany is not such an outlandish idea, even in our real world, let alone this magical one. Considering these various factors, it's not unreasonable to assume that music is a very important part of Joy Boy's story and the Pirate King's adventure. Based on what we've seen, it shouldn't be crazy to think that Joy Boy manipulated the souls of various objects and people and creatures through the use of music into a massive tree and created magical fruits. It's hard to look at panels like this one in Fishman Island and not make a connection. Here, Brook is seen directly referencing Joy Boy through his musical performance. As a matter of fact, right after this panel, we see another panel of fireworks going off in the sky. This 1-2 punch of Nika appearing in front of the moon and then fireworks going off is something that we just saw happen at the end of Wano. Then there's this panel in Skypiea where Luffy also does the same Nika thing while singing and dancing with animals. This is going to come up again later. Keep in mind, we hear Luffy's Nika form before we see it, and the Drums of Liberation are our primary introduction to the mythical human fruit. Interestingly enough, Drum Island is the place we first encounter the regular human fruit, and this makes sense when you think about it. Music, at least in the way that we recognize and enjoy it, is primarily a man-made thing. It's one of the most ancient, widespread, and unique elements of human society, and drums specifically are the first instruments man ever created. Long before guitars, pianos, violins, flutes, and horns, drums were the main and only source of music for mankind. So the concepts of music and drums and humanity are all inextricably linked, and this goes for One Piece as well. The instrument that this ancient sun god is represented by is the one that captures the essence of humanity perfectly. If Nika could interact with and influence the voice of all things, then the Drums of Liberation were likely a major reason for that. A question that comes out of this is, why does music actually work in the first place? What makes music special?
What a
One idea that came to mind when I tried to answer.
I like how you put that there, like as if like that was a super profound question. How does music actually work? Like that's just so complex as a question. It's one of those like, what is the meaning of life? Like kind of questions. I like it, but let's see what Hidden has to say about that.
To this question was that music stimulates emotion, and emotions are what truly move the soul. When people say something like, you have no soul, it's the same thing as saying you have no emotions. So music's greatest powers lie in its ability to sway souls in different directions by manipulating their emotions. The drums of liberation are likely a celebratory song, and drum up feelings of joy when they are heard, which must have contributed somewhat to the moniker Joy Boy. Using my shonen manga senses, I can sense that joy is probably one of the most powerful emotions and is effective at moving souls, yada yada yada. But might this serve to explain why faulty smiles force people to laugh involuntarily? Nika's ability to make others smile was not simply a good personality trait, but it was likely also a source of tangible power. The joy felt by his music is possibly what made the voice of all things mingle and dance into the Eve tree, just like how the sound of the bell, the light of Shandora, guided the ancestral Shandian spirits back into their forest home.
I just want to point out, Hayden, you missed. Maybe. I mean, I would remember it, but this is the biggest L of the video. You didn't include Luffy's the song he sings when he's like walking, like the like that create like really beautiful song that I have on repeat all the time. And that would have been so fun. Like, and then I was thinking about it when I was like watching this. It was like maybe the awakening stuff relates to like understanding that sound that each user has. Like, Big Mom is like easily. I mean, we actually don't know if her thing is like an awakening, but yeah, her prowess comes from the music stuff, right? Like she's able to use souls in such a crazy way. But then like, what if like it'd be interesting, Law and Kid. They both awakened. Does Doflamingo have any like sound stuff related to him, like music stuff? I wonder. Yeah, the Poca Poca song. yeah, that one. I need you to do a rendition of that when you do your next stream. I know you streamed earlier today. I need you to do that to really harness the power of devil fruits. The Baka song is goated. I deadass sing that at the crib. Yo, same. My wife is like, what are you doing? I'm like, nah. Yo, I gotta get good at that. I honestly gotta get good at that song. When the One Piece ends, we'll definitely be singing that. Let me just check. All right, cool. All right, let's see. We're on the last stretch of this video, 12 minutes. And I'm just going to point out, let me just get a Devil Fruit Origins. Most of this stuff was like, you know, for me, there was a lot of like, I understood it. And then, like I said, Hidden was hiding some special sauce, and there was a lot of special sauce. The medical stuff with the snake stuff, that was an important one too. The green line theory. Oh, Hidden. Here's a connection for you and Dak Sake. So Dak Sake pointed out, you know, and like, I've talked about this before, but the whole island whales, how they're crashing into the red line, wonder why. And then like, you know, it's not natural. Your thing is the green line thing. Here's the connection between two of your videos is chapter 616. I don't know if you're going to get there because now you're going to Sorbet Kingdom, but the whales all know where the seas are fertile. So if the island whales are crashing into the red line and Laboon has a reason for Brook, but the other ones don't, maybe it's because there's something special about the red line. Maybe there's the green line hidden underneath and it's actually fertile. So there's a huge connection between the two of your videos and also some of my ideas as well. Look at that. Great ideas coming together. I know I got the ooh out of Hidden. You know, we here, you know, we spitting fire. Bro, this man is still going. You know exactly. Did you pray Friday Juma prayer? Oh my goodness. Who are you, my brother? He prayed for me. No, I'm joking. I woke up late today. Collab with Volume 1 and make an epic cover for the Baka song. Ooh. I got Wave Masked in here. We're gonna shake up the world. We got Brilliant Catch. I got you. You know, they don't call me the best wide receiver in the NFL. I mean, no one calls me that, but like they should. Because I be catching shit.
All the major One Piece film releases over the last 10 years or so have in some way reflected the events of the manga. Strong World, for example, had a hard focus on old legendary pirates re-emerging and came out around the Marineford saga. Film Gold...
Shiki had a song. Shiki had a song. Just gonna point it out there. I am Pirate King. I am. But yeah. I had to click on the nonsense statement. Wait, what? They should call me the best. Whoa. I could play football. Hello.
Featured a mafia boss of a criminal organization working directly for Doflamingo and coincided with the Dressrosa arc. Stampede featured all the Worst Generation coming together to fight an absolute unit and revealed Laugh Tale's name to us at the same time as the Raven Onigashima. And we now have Film Red, in which music, new eras, and pop concert holograms are a main feature of the film. So the question is, how are the themes of Film Red being reflected in the manga? And don't worry, keeping it spoiler free. Well, now we've just
I was just about to ask, wait, are you keeping this spoiler free? And then he's just like, don't worry, I'm keeping it spoiler free. Look at that future sight.
If music is actually the key to Devil Fruits and Vegapunk has been researching them all this time, then I'd like to raise the possibility that Film Red is thematically setting us up for the incoming Vegapunk arc. And if music is going to be a part of Egghead, this may tell us that Vegapunk has cracked the code and figured out the music connection. What makes me think so? Well, for starters, Vegapunk is in both name and appearance a reference to Daft Punk. What about Vegapunk Records? That caught my eye as well. Here's another one. All the Vegapunk satellites share names with craters on the moon, which leads me to think that the Vega part of Vegapunk possibly comes from the star of the same name. I promise this is connected to music. Vegapunk is known for being the brightest star in the constellation Lyra. Interesting thing about Lyra, or Lyra or whatever, it gets its namesake from an instrument, the lyre of Orpheus, which produced music, quote, said to be so great that even inanimate objects such as rocks could be charmed. Sounds kind of familiar.
Did he say rocks? Did he say... I'm joking. Did he say rocks? Because I got a rock, a particular rock I'm looking at. He's a horse right now, but he might be a rock. I promise to connect to music. Yeah, exactly. Oh, later, Dill. Thanks for helping out with the stream today. All the links definitely useful. But yeah, all right. sorry. I just got an
instrument, the lyre of Orpheus, which produced music, quote, said to be so great that even inanimate objects such as rocks could be charmed. Sounds kind of familiar to what we've been talking about, huh? The lyre, by the way, was said to be invented by, here comes that name again, Apollo, the Greek god of the sun. You know what else Apollo was the god of? Music. So from here, there's this train of thought that forms. Vegapunk and Frankie are very similar in a lot of ways, right? Even down to how they slap their name on every one of their inventions. One thing about Frankie stand out is his ability to play guitar. He's not the crew musician, but for a period of time in the story, Frankie's guitar playing was a thing. He is a very musically inclined man, so if Frankie plays a guitar, does Vegapunk play an instrument too? Maybe a lyre or a harp, something along those lines? I think.
I gotta rewind because I want to show you how cracked Hidden is. Check this out. We're at 42:51, but check this out real quick. I gotta mute it so I don't get like super. Let's see. Right around here. No. I just want to point out the intro to his video. Let's take a close look at what's happening right now. Let's take a close look. Oh, what is that? What is that? When Hidden made this intro, was this theory being born at the same time? Was his intro foreshadow for the future of his theory channel? Isn't that kind of crazy? You guys, like, we all say that One Piece openings are really important because they spoil things. Well, let's talk about Hidden. Spoiling the theory in the opening. I see you, Hidden. You didn't... I might be 42 minutes into the video, but I didn't miss it. Did not miss the connections. But we back. Rock's theory getting stronger. You know it. There's only one way up, and that's we can get much higher. Oh, it's muted.
And Apollo, the Greek god of the sun. You know what else Apollo was the god of? Music. So from here, there's this train of thought that forms. Vegapunk and Frankie are very similar in a lot of ways, right? Even down to how they slap their name on every one of their inventions. One thing about Frankie that makes him stand out is his ability to play guitar. He's not the crew musician, but for a period of time in the story, Frankie's guitar playing was a thing. He is a very musically inclined man, so if Frankie plays a guitar, does Vegapunk play an instrument too? Maybe a lyre or a harp, something along those lines?
I think this can serve to explain how Vegapunk managed to charm inanimate objects and place devil fruit powers inside them. Oda confirmed in The Road to Laugh Tale Volume 4 that the special property of zone fruits having a will of their own is instrumental in Vegapunk's ability to feed them to objects. If we look back at Skypiea one last time, we'll see that Luffy roped a wild pack of wolves into dancing and partying with him right before the Nika thing happened. Animals and living things have a will of their own and are probably much more susceptible to the power of music than inanimate objects. I'm assuming that Vegapunk can't hear the voice of all things, so he can't reasonably interact with the souls of things that cannot respond back. But with zone fruits actually having a will, it's interesting because they can meet our curious scientist halfway. So what if Vegapunk realized this strange phenomenon occurring with zone types and began research utilizing music as a conduit for devil fruit production? Seems like the perfect thing for a mad scientist to do. It's clear to us that Vegapunk produced Momo's artificial devil fruit through a different method than Caesar. Caesar's smile fruits utilized lineage factor research and resulted in either faulty, shitty products or horrible embarrassments. Sorry, Fortrix. Momo's fruit, however, is the only one in One Piece made by Vegapunk, and what's notable about it is that it functions virtually identically to other zone devil fruits. Momo can change back and forth between human and dragon, with all the perks of his animal powers in full tow. So whatever method Vegapunk used must have been much closer to the original recipe than Caesar. We see hints of this research in the form of all those artificial dragons that Vegapunk was creating back on Punk Hazard. Were they used for the purposes of devil fruit science? Were the NHC-10 candies, a drug that produced artificial feelings of happiness, being used in the testing for the transfer process of soul to fruit to object and so on? We saw that after Smiley ate the fake happiness candy, he died and transferred into a nearby fruit. This joy connection may have been recognized by Vegapunk and spurred a whole branch of research involving the transfer of voices between objects. I know it sounds crazy, but isn't Punk Hazard the arc that had all the Straw Hats get body swapped, where their souls or hearts or voices were switched around between each other's physical bodies? The precedent has been set for us already. This research is what led to the mostly successful creation of Momo's devil fruit. Why is it considered a failure then? I really couldn't say. Maybe it's not a mass-producible fruit for reasons undescribed. Maybe it's because Vegapunk is a perfectionist, and even if it was 99% right, that still isn't 100%. Momo's fruit is a pink dragon, for example, when it's supposed to be a copy of Kaido's fruit, the Seiryu, which is specifically the blue or azure dragon. There is no pink dragon, so the color alone might be the mistake. After all, the fruit itself was blue, but the dragon that Momo turns into was pink. Or what I think the most likely answer is that Momo's fruit isn't actually a failure at all. No, instead, Momo's fruit was the one in which Vegapunk solved the formula. I think Momo's fruit is the first successful artificial devil fruit, and Vegapunk, recognizing how terrible of a weapon he just created, claimed it was a failure and prevented its proliferation into the world. In other words, Vegapunk lied. Why? Well, imagine if there were an entire army of super soldiers, just like the pacifistas, except this time they have the powers of Kaido. It would be a disaster. They could turn into dragons on their own and lift entire countries out of the ocean. They could blast away mountaintops and cities with ease, and they would probably be an ace in the world government's sleeve from then on. Think of it like Einstein inadvertently creating the atom bomb, except in this case, Vegapunk saw the danger in advance and deemed it a failure to keep prying eyes away. The thing is, I have a hard time believing it was a failure when throughout all of Momo's time on screen, we have yet to see any defects with his ability. Not only that, but now that we're on Egghead, we've learned some new things about Vegapunk which have added to my doubts, which brings us all the way back to the present to our good friend Bartholomew Kuma. There's a line where Jinbei and Bonnie are talking about Kuma's fate, wherein years ago Kuma agreed to undergo this cyborg procedure with Vegapunk in exchange for his freedom to operate under the Seven Warlords. But Jinbei raised a good question about this. For Kuma, this was effectively a choice between death and an even slower death. So why on earth did Kuma agree to the slower death? Turning into a cyborg and losing your mind and memories slowly over time is no better than dying on the execution stand, if not even worse. At the end of 1064, we learn that Vegapunk has some direct ties to Dragon and the Revolutionaries, a group that Kuma was also a major member and supporter of. In reality, based on this information, Kuma and Vegapunk should be friends. They should already have been on amicable terms. This tells me that whatever deal went on between Vegapunk and Kuma was not as simple as, hey buddy, I'm gonna turn you into a robot and you're gonna die eventually. No, Vegapunk probably wouldn't have abandoned his friend to become a slave to the Celestial Dragons, at least not the Vegapunk we currently know. So what actually happened? I think the answer, at least part of it, has been given to us already. If Vegapunk lied about his artificial fruit being a failure, then it stands to reason that he might have lied about Kuma as well. One important quality that we recently learned about Vegapunk is that he managed, somehow, to split himself into 6 different people. How is this possible? Even Rob Lucci, a genius in his own right, finds this concept to be insane and hard to believe. And maybe it's because the science behind it is not something that's easily explainable. Maybe it leans more towards the magical or ancient side of things. Is it possible that Vegapunk has figured out how to fracture or move souls between bodies? He's clearly capable of doing something like this, and considering Punk Hazard had a theme of body swapping as well, I wouldn't be surprised if our 6 Vegapunks are going to be very important. In fact, I believe the information we've been given on the 6 is misleading. The world government seems to believe that Vegapunk split himself into 6 people because because he needed more hands on deck at Egghead Island, he needed more help in the lab, and needed to be in many places at once, but I wouldn't put it past a super genius to be outsmarting everyone else with this explanation. What if this is all just a convenient excuse? Yes, Vegapunk split himself into 6 people, but maybe it wasn't for the extra help. Maybe it was part of his devil fruit experimentation, trying to figure out how to take the soul from one living being and move it into the body of something else. Maybe he tried to figure out how Nika took himself and placed himself inside a devil fruit. So maybe Vegapunk figured out something important about that same process and managed to successfully take part of himself and place it in a completely separate automaton. If music is a major factor in this, and Vegapunk is only capable of doing this using the will of living creatures or zone-type fruits, then all our boxes are checked off. Maybe the special family that Kuma is part of has some relevance to how this went down, and thus, the conversation between Vegapunk and Kuma could have went something like this. Hey Kuma, look, it's me. I put myself in a fruit, Kuma. It's me, your buddy Vegapunk. Fruit Vegapunk, Kuma. For those of you who didn't click off the video there, you just passed the test. Congratulations. Anyway, this is probably how it actually went. Kuma, I figured out how to take your soul and put it in something else. Problem is, it's a risky procedure. I tried it on myself and only managed to split my soul apart. But I managed to successfully do it to a dragon. So if we do it to you, there's a chance we can save you from a certain death. There's a chance I can take your soul and place it in the body of something else. Maybe one of my robots if you like. And then you can live on and the world government won't know any better. They'll simply think you died. At the end of the day, this is all just speculation, just theorizing as best as I can with the various tidbits of knowledge Oda has dropped for us throughout the story. But if there's one thing I think will be explored in depth and is worth spending all this time theorizing about, it's devil fruits. Not only the history, but the science behind them as well, because only through understanding the science and history that made devil fruits can we achieve progress. Because only through understanding how the Lunarians used fruits to save themselves can we understand how Vegapunk used this same technology to help a dear friend. And perhaps that same method can be used to save many others. The boundaries between magic and science are very slim, and only in a story like One Piece can they find such a comfortable common ground, whether it's in Skypiea or on Dressrosa, on Egghead Island, or on the Green Line. Thank you for watching this long-ass theory, guys. I also want to take a second to give a shout out to one of my close friends and moderators, the True Toby. This is the man who got me into One Piece in the first place, and he actually came to me with some of the Vegapunk ideas, and we put our minds together to make this theory, so I just want to say...
It's just funny, he's just like, thank you for watching this long-ass video. Honestly, it didn't feel like 50 minutes. I feel like, dang, the way you scripted this and the voice, man, I need to take notes. I can never rewatch my own videos, but, real quick, I just want to shout out Brown Boy JC. Thank you for the 3-month sub, bro. Shouting you out. Oh, you. I paused. I was just like, I know I was gonna watch to the end, but dang, there's so much to think about. I just want to. Okay. Let me finish watching the video. This is game changing. This video. And for those of you guys, I just want to say it real quick. For those of you guys who don't feel like it's game changing yet, I would put a bet and say that maybe you didn't watch Film Red yet. Your perspective might change, and if it hasn't, if you watch Film Red and you don't understand why this is like crack, like the music stuff, it's not like, again, it's not like spoiler or anything. It's like a thematic importance. And I'm actually going to make a video about that, about like 3 things that if you watch Film Red, you should pay attention to, or something like that. Something along the lines. And yeah, like I feel like One Piece, the world that we're going to see, and I've said this so many times, but even when I say this, like the end stage of One Piece is going to look nothing like the beginning stages of One Piece. Yeah, the story, the parallels, like, they're going to be there, but like, the gravity and like the effects, it's gonna be wild. Keep going for 10 more seconds. Yeah. Best of the music. Yeah, exactly. It's gonna be interesting because like how many stories change the environment of the story so much, but still staying core to the story, right? Like, because let's say we go on with the story and it does include music. And you're like, oh, that feels crazy. No, it's not. We have like an hour video, but let's just say 30 minutes. So a guy explaining for 30 minutes why it's not crazy, right? And now in the future, if music ever becomes like super relevant in One Piece and someone goes, that's not One Piece related. This doesn't relate to One Piece at all. This isn't the story I fell in love with, all that stuff, right? Just send them this video, like, because this is made before all that stuff happened. It's all you got to do. Yeah, I'm not ending at 3333. I can't. We got to talk about this video. But let's finish the video.
Thank you to him, as well as ParVision and Dak Sake, two fellow YouTubers who were really, really helpful throughout this entire process and let me bounce a ton of ideas off of them. So go check them out and give them a thank you from me if you like the theory today. And if you're still here by the end, don't forget to like and subscribe to keep the music alive. And let me know down below what you think of this theory. Do you have any ideas of your own? And as always, we hope you enjoyed the show today because we sure enjoyed putting it on. Until next time, have a pleasant day, a beautiful night, and a wonderful romance dawn.
If Hidden, are you trademarking that? Are you trademarking what was it? If make sure to like and subscribe to keep the music alive. Is that a bad habit being turned into a good habit with the bars? Damn, the waves crashing also so calming. God damn it. So good. Okay, so now let's talk about I should trademark that. Yeah, it's honestly so good. You can't steal that Vibhop, hello? Hidden's a homie, bro. Hidden's a homie. We ain't doing that to homies, bro. Why is Par dressed so fly today? It's because I got drip checked. I was wearing my Black Panther like inspired outfit, and then Patek came in and said, yo, you can't wear what you wore yesterday, gotta throw that on a t-shirt. Yeah. And so I got drip checked and I was like, all right, I gotta pull out the other one. Par, who you got between our tour already rewatched film Red like 11 times if not 12, so call him out on the hoodie. Yeah, exactly. Like and subscribe to keep the music alive. Definitely a dope one. So again, guys, if you guys haven't seen the video, this is one of those videos where we watched it on stream, but like I doubt, no offense to you guys, no offense. The only reason why I can say this, and I'm like, it sounds like I'm insulting you guys, I'm not. There's no way you guys absorbed everything that was said in this video. The reason why I say that is because I know I didn't. The only reason why I absorbed more than you guys is because I'm SpongeBob. No, I'm joking. It's because Hidden told me about the theory several times and we talked about it, as he said. Kyoka, offense taken. Is Oil Chic Par insulting me right now? What are you talking about? I'm not an oil baron. What? Hello? Offense taken, but I'm him. I'm already grabbing my bitch. No disrespect, but here's take this disrespect. Hard road. I know you guys are too fodder brain. Okay, so this is what we gotta do. You guys see this forehead, guys? You guys see this forehead? I'm just gonna tell you, it's now canonically in the story. You got a small forehead, you ain't Vegapunk level, bro. You gotta get a forehead. You gotta get a 5-head, bro. Look at this 5-head. Canonically 5-headed. My head is built like... Okay, Kyoka, you... Yo. It's on Vegapunk levels. We going there. 5-head, boys. That's what we're talking about. Par really looking like the average dude by land. Come on. I got this for the swirls. Look at this. I'm going to wear this when Gear 5 comes back in the story. Look at the devil fruit swirls, guys. Look at that. That's why I got this. It's because there is Burka lore, moon lore on my shirt right now. By the way, Par, Cole is catching up. He's seen it 6 times already. God damn. I need to get Cole on the stream soon. 8-head. Yo, that's dope, bro. Yeah. You know Hidden. I was tired. I was sick and tired of tuning into a Hidden Island stream and he's just blowing us away with the drip. You know, I had to level up a little bit. Vegapunk cosplay is gonna have this 5'7" looking 7'5" at conventions. Facts. 2 fodder brain caught himself before. But yeah, to probably shout it out. Go show Hidden's video some love. It's popping off. 4 days, 40K views. Clearly, we need to get on Dak Sake's level with
and moved 800 years ago. So
but Hidden's on the track, right? 10 days, 1,000 or 100,000 views. That it's on the track, and then you get little old me. You get little old me with the fodder theory here about the Void Century. All I said was, it's a little chilly in here, and these guys are out here saying devil fruits are songs, and the red line is green, and then Dax is saying the whole world is slowing down, and the world flooded, and you have me just fucking. It's a little cold in here, guys. It's a little lonely in here. Nah, jokes aside, definitely go show. If you guys aren't subscribed to Hidden Island, definitely go do that. We're like, our channels are like brothers, for sure. We got a lot cooking. We got, in terms of foreshadow that Hidden brought up, the importance of music. Not gonna say that music might be in the cards in the future. so we're gonna connect the world more ways than one. I think it's gonna be a fun place, and there might be a particular reason why we highlighted these particular creators on this day. Par, explain your channel banner. So the channel banner, it was essentially one of the viewers, Yo Mr. B. He hooked me up with this logo, this digitized version of my face. So my wife made the digitized version of me that looks super realistic, and then Yo Mr. B made a digital version of this one where it's more like not cartoony, but digital. And the idea behind the banner was that these are all the things that I wanted to talk about, or eventually we'll get to. I still have plans on it. So we have Luffy for One Piece, and then we have Zoro getting lost, which is like me sometimes in my thoughts. And then we have Spider-Man, which I do have a Spider-Man video still up on this channel, actually, about No Way Home. Then we got Arcane. I want to talk about that because I know about League lore. And then Marvel, it's there. And then, religion stuff. I got to add the science stuff, but, that's the idea. Hinan said, thanks for the support, my dude. I got to get going. I'm so glad I got to catch the end of your reaction. Appreciate you, man. Have a good rest of your stream. Have a good Friday night, everyone. Yo, thank you, Hidden, for stopping by. Thank you, Hidden, for dropping this amazing video, because I think, I can speak for everyone where it's like, we're all looking for more One Piece content, especially as we're getting to the end of the story. And definitely hit with that. So take it easy, Hidden. Hope you enjoy your night. Hope you relax. I know you were stressed out. Bro, you guys don't even know. Me and Hidden, we talk every day. But the days where we don't talk, I know Hidden's in his bat cave, bro. Hidden's in his bat cave cooking up a theory. He doesn't have time for friends during that time. I'm joking, Hidden. But when Hidden falls off the radar, just know he comes back with greatness. That's essentially what happens. Par, are you going to start a multi-channel network on YouTube with Hidden? El Baffy, you got the business chops. Some of the greatest, I'm not gonna toot my own horn, but sure. You need ParVision smile in your logo. You always smiling, dude. I'll tell my wife to update it. The thing is, I feel like when I look at the smile stuff, I always think it's a little creepy, but I'll add it in. I'll update it. But yeah, so here, let me turn on the music a little bit. We'll start wrapping up the stream. And talking about some of the stuff. So just before I go, I'm gonna stream again on Twitch for the watch party for Bleach, Chainsaw Man, and Mob Psycho, 9:30. I have to do a few things. But yeah, I think let's I almost want to do because all these Void Century ideas, it's they're all so massive and groundbreaking, I feel but they still scratch the surface, and it's kind of play the Luffy Skypiea singing. All right, hold on. Luffy, let's do it on this one. What's this one? Luffy. There we go.
南の島はあったけ
Oh, and I can't show.
頭ポカポカアホばっか
This is the song. This is the song that better play when Luffy awakens, bro. Drums of Liberation? Nah. Lose call exactly the favorite song. This is like, imagine Luffy's like trying to activate it and then he starts singing this shit. Yo. Oh man, Nine Tail awakening from Naruto? Nah. Mina. The fucking oh my god. Luffy go hard singing like this. It's crazy. Theories on Rocky Port. I gotta bring my brain back to that stuff, honestly. I feel like with the recent Vegapunk chapters, it's like it's taken my brain so far from like Hero of the Marines, Garp and Kobe, that kind of stuff. Like now I'm just thinking like crazy nonsense. Like maybe that's where I have a little bit more fun. I don't even know why we needed Brook after this peak scene. Put an 808 behind that and it's out of yo, Wave Master remix? Question mark remix? We dub it, you know what I mean? Make it a club. Okay. This is a mission, guys. This is a mission we're starting out. You know how like there's certain songs that made like there's complete meme songs, but they got remixed, added a beat, you know, a drop to it, and then they became club bangers even though they're memes. We need to do that with this song. Imagine that, you know, like can we get much higher? That went viral. Imagine this, like we somehow make this like it gets played in every club and nobody knows the context, but we know the context. We got Luffy at the nightclubs, you know what I mean? We got to do that. The vision is strong here. I would say the star vision is strong here. Check the wiki. Whoa! What are we talking about? Hold on. El Baffy out here with the 25 gifted subs? Bro, that's crazy. Okay. Thank you so much, El Baffy. Ah, you got Dill's second account. All right, automatically wiped out. Oh, no, but you got Kev Dog. So, you know, it balances out. Oh, my God. Wow. Appreciate it. I'm assuming this is meaning you enjoyed the stream. You got Worthy614 to say sheesh in the first time chat. Appreciate you, El Baffy, so much. Thank you. I'm glad you tuned in when you did and you enjoyed it. Now, hopefully, all these other people can enjoy it as well. Oh, yeah, Trick here, too. Teal's second account. Can we refund that one? 22 people in here and 25 gifted. But somehow I was... Yo, Vibab, that's crazy. Love watching your vids on YouTube. I appreciate you, Worthy. I'm glad you're enjoying your time here. Make it TikTok famous and it's in the clubs. I promise that's how it works. Baby Pluton, we going. I'm planning on using it as a sample for a producer challenge with my music homies. We need a few more random sing clips from the anime to get it going. Wave Master, you got this. Let me know. We boosting that. We're making this go viral on TikTok. The next thing up is we gotta create a dance for it, and then we get certain TikTok people to do it. I know Mosh will do it. Imagine we get Cole. Cole. Me and Cole are gonna collab. I know if I get him to do a TikTok dance, that shit go on viral real quick. I get Jay. Jay's famous for twerking on stream. We get and 3Volt too. 3Volt, man. You guys already know. I got the connects to make it happen. We getting all the creators to dance to this bop real quick. We just need a choreographer. I mean, my wife does choreo things, but leave the choreography to Par for the dance. That's his challenge. Yeah. In a past life, I did help my wife's dance team here and there with some choreo stuff. So not exactly designing it, but like, hey, this thing, that stuff. You know, we out there. My wife did want me to expose myself for the dances that I used to do. Do the Nika dance around the fire. Oh, yo, we gotta get a meetup. Anime, no. Yo, Anime NYC, we get a bonfire in the middle of the fucking convention, and we're just all just fucking getting started. Oh my God, we're doing it. We're straight doing that. Oh my God, I'm gonna start a fire at the Javits Center. Woo! A metaphorical fire, by the way. A metaphorical fire. Just want to point that out there. We can't have my skin color saying those kinds of things. Burn down the city. Yo, indoor bonfire. Is that up to code? I can, you know, I can pull some strings there. Chill with the fire pyro. Getting sturdy, you know it. Some people are gonna be getting stable, but like it's all in good fun. We'll put them in the back. Talking about this cult meeting at the convention. Wild. Eric, hello. I mean, that's not Eric. This Tech. Hello. It's not a cult. Come on, guys. Dang. I'm glad I streamed today. I wasn't going to, but like I was like, damn it, I missed the stream. I feel bad. Not bad, but like I miss streaming, you know? So ParVision, more like PyroVision. You know it's hold on, let me pull it up. Let me pull it up real quick. How do I do this? Webcam central viewer. El Gato. Let me just mute that real quick, and then let me go to my Instagram. Real quick. Will it auto log me in? Log in. You guys don't see anything? All right, cool. Log in. What do you mean reactivated? Was my account deactivated? Hello? Oh, it was. Okay. That's crazy. Well, this is like my 6th account or something like that. Which sounds like it's not a oh, I clicked on the wrong person. Nope, that's not who I want to find. Believe it or not, your boy almost burned down his house. But it wasn't what you think. I promise it's not what you think. Let me find the picture. Memory lane here. Oh my god, this is so long ago. It's not showing up on stream. All right, cool. Yeah, we're going through some pictures right now. Damn, this is memory lane right now. Soccer pictures, robotics, Vex Worlds, a slug, a Lotus Elite. There we go. Okay, okay, can I show this picture on a different thing? How do I... Okay, there we go. PyroVision. That is me like 12, 13 years ago learning how to breathe fire outside. It was fun. It was a science project. But yeah, and then here, let me show you guys this one. So through science, I learned, here we go. Here's a better picture. Look at that. That's cracked. Look at this. That was me. I'm blowing out a fire. No. See, it was a newspaper that had like a little bit of a fire thing, and then I created the fire explosion thing using my mouth. Elemental hockey right there. Exactly. Pray to the sun. And then here's some more fire here. That's a frog. Alright, this okay, so okay. I'll show you guys a funny picture. Bro, it's just an arsonist. Let me get out. So then here's the I learned how to make cookies that were actually just smoked stuff. It's really cool. It was really fun. It's super simple to make. Super simple. Y'all see those extendo lips? But check this out. This is me as a kid. I was a kid, guys. I was a kid. Alright, it's gonna be real quick, okay? Alright, it's gonna be really quick. If you guys don't catch it, that's on you. Alright. That was it. This is the Void Century reveal. We're not doing more. Fake fire. How Par was never a kid. Parsonist. Yo, I was having fun. I had to jump through it. I was the sun god. Was my man on? Let's roast. He was a kid. Let's roast him. Nah, it's fine. I was roasting myself in the video, in the smoke. Sun god Par. Yo, actually, real talk. I had some hops in that picture. That, you know, they didn't call me P Diddy for nothing. Par looks like he had a lot of fun in science class. Yeah, I did. Science class was always fun. You fool, I have 70 alternate accounts. Exactly. I like how you had to add the outside part where there sometimes you did it inside. Yeah, there was one time when there was a fatal error and the house got covered in smoke and it was a problem. And the explanation was I was baking cookies. And it wasn't wrong, I was, but like, then the question was like, wait, why were you baking cookies on the stovetop? And like, don't worry about it. Doesn't Par have a science channel? Yes, and I'll be uploading a new video next week, probably before Anime NYC. I'm gonna try and get that video out. Must have been the kind of guy to do the experiments. Yep, I love doing it. I love doing all the experiments. They didn't call me P Diddy for nothing. I need to meet these people. Yeah. He has a history channel. He's the one posting all the alien shows. Yo, imagine if what's the guy's name? Like Steven Anacopoulos or something like that. That dude goes hard. He has the Professor Clover haircut, right? I'm pretty sure the alien guy. Giorgio there we go. The Professor Clover haircut. Aliens. I like how this pose is like a thing for him. That's so funny. When is the watch party stream? So we're gonna close out this stream in a few minutes, and then 3 hours. So at 9:30 p.m. Eastern time. That's probably when I'll go live. They're the same people DJ Kyle was talking about. No, they're not. They're definitely not the same people. Just the context of that, you saying that is pretty funny though. You never pulled up the wiki page for the Moron song? What is the Moron song? Pull up the thing and then I'll bring it up. When did I tell he? Okay, so we're good. Let me pull up. Oh. What's the watch party for? It's for Bleach. New episodes of Bleach, Chainsaw Man, and Mob Psycho. Vibhop, did you put it in like the stream alerts thing or like the subscriber channel? I'll pull it up if you did that. But I don't know if I'll play it on the thing. Par's Hidden Science channel. Yep, and I'll be updating it. I just wanted a first video there. There's a name reveal there. You know, one thing to close out the channel or close out the stream with. Was that this channel was essentially made so that I'd be more comfortable on camera, on the internet. I was just like, all my friends have always wanted me to make health science videos. And I did start doing that, but I always felt like self-conscious about like just being in the space. So I was like, you know what? Let me start easy. Let me talk about One Piece. And I had no idea that it would. I saw it on TikTok, started talking about it. People liked it. People were like, oh, you present things really well. And I'm like, I don't see what you're seeing, but hey, let's go with it. And then here we are, flash forward to this spot. And so now that like, you know, ParVision, the second channel is called ParVision. So that's my name, ParViz. And so it's ParVision and then ParVision. It's pretty funny. It was, you know, it's actually funny. I got contacted by like a sponsor, and like we were on the phone, and then like not a sponsor. It was like a random business thing. I forget why they didn't know. But I told them the thing like, oh, email me at the ParVision, and like, oh, that's clever. That's a play on your name. And I'm like, thank you for complimenting me right now. Feel bad for roasting my guy. Wait, you roasted me? I mean, what's new about that? The Moron song? All right. Moron song, One Piece. There we go. What am I looking at here? The islands in the south are warm. Heads all soon, bunch of fools. The islands in the north are chilly. Heads all burr, bunch of fools. Oh, SBS lyrics. Islands in the east are early. Interesting. Moron song is the sky. Oh, gotcha. But yeah, was I in the middle of a story? But yeah, oh yeah, I mean, so now, like, you know, that science channel, I'm gonna be more like putting myself there, because I feel like especially with like educational stuff, it's important to like put yourself in there, so it's not like, you know, you're held accountable for what you say and the information. I feel like that's super important. We have a lot of people who just say things and aren't held accountable to what they say, and education is really important in that regard. So yeah, there's a lot of things in the works. And wait, there's Funimation lyrics? Yo, this song is cracked. Song is cracked. All you gotta do to do that is put it over a trap beat. Oh, make this thing like viral? Yo, we gotta do it. Imagine we get DJ Khaled on this, you know what I mean? Like, he would make this insta viral. Song is OP. But yeah, just want to thank you guys again for tuning in. Hopefully you enjoyed it. Hopefully History TikTok's reaction. I'll get to that, Vibhav. I will get to it. I barely have enough time to watch my own homies' videos, but we'll get to it soon. Definitely have it in the calendar. What does DJ Khaled actually do? Yo, I'm not trying to get canceled on stream, but he's a Pokemon. He's a Pokemon, right? DJ Khaled is straight a Pokemon. Yo, he just comes on, DJ Khaled. This is what a Pokemon does. They just say their own name. Thank you for everyone hanging out and being here today. It was a great time. Thank you for the company part. Thank you for the company emoji. Glad you enjoyed it. Thinking of the director who ruined the History Channel. Gotcha. Man, I fell asleep, woke up, and thanks to the stream. That's what we're here for. Fridays are a fun time. I might stream more regularly on Fridays. It's just about getting the time. And now I'm starting to get that time, and that time's is fleeting, so we're gonna make the most of it. But anyways, thank you again for tuning in to the Voice of All Things with your host, ParVision. Today was more of a react vision covering the Void Century. Again, if you guys haven't watched my video on the Void Century, please go watch it. Leave a comment. It really helps me on the algorithm. Clearly, you know, I need a little bit of boost, but hopefully you guys enjoyed this few quality bumps that I'm trying to incorporate. And then again, shout outs to Dax for letting me watch his video on stream. Great video. Lots of awesome ideas that connect, disconnect, but more than anything, make the story way more interesting. And in terms of making the story interesting, we can't miss Hidden Islands video. His video definitely was one that changed the game, is going to change the landscape. I feel like, you know, with the recent chapters, the landscape continuously gets more exciting and changes. And this is the one that puts it all in one package. So go show these videos some love. Thank you again for tuning in. Thank you, El Baffy, for all the support. Thank you, all of you guys, for all the support. The subscribing, liking, commenting, whatever it is. I think the best thing is, you know, you guys being here and sharing this conversation. One last thing I'll just say, it's like, I feel like I've been on this sentimental thing where I'm almost waiting for not a bad chapter, but a chapter that doesn't make me cry. Because it's like these chapters, yeah, Robin's crying face, you know, we get that, but like the One Piece story is ending, and I'm just glad that we have a community that we're all talking about the story together, because that's the part that will last beyond the story. It's the community. So thank you again for creating this community with me. See you guys next time. And if you guys tune in to the watch party in 3-ish hours,